upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
A great Tuesday afternoon to our listeners and viewers, especially to all the grade 8 learners out there. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. We are also seen live at Converge Cable Channel 100. I am Sir Edward P. Cruz, your teacher broadcaster in English 8 today, saying welcome to Skill Year 2021. Before we start to unfold our lesson today, I want you to prepare your materials, your pen and paper along with your learning modules, together with your answer sheets, so that you can take down important notes. And make sure to stay in one spot and sit still during our 25-minute episode. So grade 8 students, are you ready for our first lesson in English? I know you were born ready, so let's get started. Our new lesson for this 25-minute episode is all about determining the meaning of words and expressions that reflect the local culture by noting context clues. Our lesson's objectives are: first, define context clues and their types. Second, determine the meaning of words and expressions that reflect the local culture by noting context clues. To give you more understanding and help you link to the concepts to our discussion, let's have this initial activity. To our listeners, write your answers on your answer sheet, and to our viewers via Facebook Live, you can comment your answer in a comment section. Here is the directions. Unlock unfamiliar word by choosing the letter of the best meaning of the underlined word. For number 1, their vociferous chatter made me wish I had earplugs. Here are the choices. Letter A, loud. B, silent. C, long. D, silly. Put aside your answer for now because we will check your answer after answering all the 5 items. For number 2, unlike Mark's room, which is immaculate, Gina's room is so messy. Letter A, dirty. B, clean. C, disordered. D, lively. For number 3, he knew his future was precarious, which means likely to fall apart. Letter A, uncertain. B, certain. C, secure. D, predictable. For number 4, Eduardo is an adept student because he learns easily and has a good memory. Letter A, bad. Letter B, poor. Letter C, skillful. Letter D, humble. For number 5, his animosity or hatred of his brother divided the family. Letter A, weakness. Letter B, courage. Letter C, kindness. Letter D, dislike. Let's now check your answers. If your answer in number 1 is letter A, congratulations, you are correct. For number 2, if your answer is letter B, very good because you are correct. For number 3, if your answer is letter A, excellent because you are correct. For number 4, if your answer is letter C, very good again because you are correct. And for number 5, the answer is letter D. If you get all the correct answers, good job, students. And for those who did not, it's okay. You can still make up for our next activities. Okay, we are now closer to the main points of the discussion. At this juncture, for you to be able to understand more our lesson and to show the skill you are expected to develop, answer some guide questions that all of you might have in your mind, because these guide questions will help you link to the concepts and give ideas that you need to understand to our discussion. So here are the guide questions. Number 1, what are context clues? Number 2, which context clue has an opposite meaning? Number 3, which context clue where the meaning of unfamiliar word can be inferred or guessed from the description of a situation? Number 5, which context clue where the meaning of unfamiliar word is directly described, sometimes word is explained immediately. Now let us begin to define context clues. Context clues are hints found within a sentence, paragraph, or passage that a reader can use to understand the meaning of new or unfamiliar words. A reader should rely on context clues when an obvious clue to meaning is provided, because context clues are hints that define a difficult or unfamiliar word. The clue may appear within the same sentence as the word to which it refers, or it may follow in a preceding sentence. Now, let's discuss the types of context clues. There are many types of context clues that we can use to determine the meaning of unfamiliar words. But in this episode, we will only focus on 4 types, which are: first, inference context clue; second, definition context clue; third, synonym context clue; and lastly, antonym context clue. We will discuss these clues one at a time. So first to define is inference context clue. What is inference context clue? The meaning of unfamiliar word can be inferred or guessed from the description of a situation. What does it mean? Our keyword is guess. When we infer, we try to guess, but of course, it's not a wild guess because the basis will be the context of the sentence. You only need to do is always look for clues over several words or sentences. Let's have this example. Their vociferous chatter made me wish I had earplugs. Take a look at the word earplugs. An earplug is a device that is inserted in our ear canal to protect us from loud noises. Another clue here is the word chatter, which means to talk rapidly. So we could say that vociferous means talking loudly to the point that they are already disturbing people around them. So that is our inferred meaning of the word vociferous. Next to define is definition context clue. What is definition context clue? The meaning of an unfamiliar word is directly or explicitly explained in the sentence. And these are the clues or signal words. We have is or are, is or are cold, means, that is defined as, refers to. These are some clues or signal words that would help us to identify the meaning of unfamiliar word. Let's have this example. He knew his future was precarious, which means likely to fall apart. Our unfamiliar word is precarious. And as you can see, the definition is already given in the same sentence, which is likely to fall apart. And the word means here is our clue or signal word. Next type of context clue to define is synonym context clue. What is synonym context clue? Words with similar meaning are used in or near the sentence. What does it mean? In here, a writer will use a more than one word that means the same thing. One is more difficult word and the other is a simple word. And these are our some clues or signal words. We have commas, semicolons, dashes, parentheses, or, that is, and in other word. Let's have this example. His animosity or hatred of his brother divided the family. Our unfamiliar word is animosity, which has the same meaning with hatred. Hatred is the synonym of animosity. In other words, when we say animosity is something we dislike or hate. So that is synonym context clue. Now, our last context clue to define is antonym context clue. What is antonym context clue? A word with opposite meaning is used in the sentence or nearby sentences. What does it mean? The sentence may include a word or words that have opposite meaning, which can reveal the meaning of unfamiliar word. This type of context clue gives us hints to the meaning of words by telling us what they are not. The clues or signal words are: we have that, however, unless, unlike, although, otherwise, instead of, while, on the contrary. Example: while Jacob is hardworking, his indolent brother spends most of the time watching TV or sitting around with friends. Our unfamiliar word is indolent. Our clue word is while. If hardworking is the opposite, then indolent means lazy. So the brother of Jacob is lazy, unlike Jacob who is hardworking. Again, indolent means lazy. So there you have it, the types of context clues, students. Now, it's time for you to prove yourself how good you are this afternoon. Let's assess your understanding about our lesson by answering the guide questions that I have given you earlier. Are you ready, students? So here is the directions. Write only the letter of the correct answer. Number 1. What are context clues? Letter A. Context clues are hints found within a sentence, paragraph, or passage that a reader can use to understand the meanings of new or unfamiliar words. Letter B. Context clues are words used by writers. Letter C. Context clues are patterns or methods by which a writer explains the idea. Put aside your answer for now because we will check your answers after answering all the 5 items. Let's now move on to number 2. Which context clue has an opposite meaning? Letter A. Synonym context clue. Letter B. Antonym context clue. Letter C. Inference context clue. Letter D. Definition context clue. Next, number 3. Which context clue shows the meaning of unfamiliar word where the idea is repeated in a familiar word? Letter A. Synonym context clue. Letter B. Antonym context clue. Letter C. Inference context clue. Or letter D. Definition context clue. Next, number 4. Which context clue where the meaning of unfamiliar word can be inferred or guessed from the description of a situation? Here are the choices. Letter A. Synonym context clue. Letter B. Antonym context clue. Letter C. Inference context clue. Or letter D. Definition context clue. Next, last, number 5. Which context clue where the meaning of unfamiliar word is directly described, sometimes word is explained immediately? Here are the choices. Letter A. Synonym context clue. Letter B. Antonym context clue. Letter C. Inference context clue. Or letter D. Definition context clue. Now, finalize your answers. Are you done, students? Let us now check your answers. For number 1, the correct answer is letter A. For number 2, if your answer is letter B, great, students, because you are correct. For number 3, the answer is letter A. For number 4, if your answer is letter C, excellent, because you are correct. And for number 5, the answer is letter D. If you get all the correct answers, good job. And for those who did not, you can still make up for our last activity. Let's assess again your understanding about our lesson. This is our last activity, so do your best, students. Here is the directions. Choose the letter of the correct meaning of the underlined word and identify the types of context clue used. We have inference, definition, synonym, or antonym. I repeat, choose the letter of the correct meaning of the underlined word and identify the types of context clue used. We have inference, definition, synonym, or antonym. For number 1, I lingered to the Robinson's Mall, taking time looking at all the clothes in the window. Again, for number 1, I lingered through the Robinson's Mall, taking time looking at all the clothes in the window. Here are the choices. Letter A, hurry. Letter B, wondered. Letter C, ran. Letter D, jogged. So what is context clue for number 1? Okay, put aside again your answer for now because we will check your answers after answering all the 5 items. Let's now move on to number 2. If you gaze long enough at the picture, you will see something you've never seen in your life. Again, if you gaze long enough at the picture, you will see something you've never seen in your life. Our unfamiliar word here is gaze. So here are the choices. Letter A, look. Letter B, touch. Letter C, hold. Letter D, smell. And what is the context clue for number 2? Next, number 3. Whereas Melissa is quite light, her sister is clumsy and awkward. The underlined word is live or unfamiliar word. Again, whereas Melissa is quite light, her sister is clumsy and awkward. Here are the choices. Letter A, shy. Letter B, graceless. Letter C, talented. Letter D, graceful. I repeat. Letter A, shy. Letter B, graceless. Letter C, talented. And letter D, graceful. And what is the context clue for number 3? Next, number 4. Maria was indignant, which means she was fuming mad when she discovered her brother had left for the party without her. Our unfamiliar word is indignant. Again, Maria was indignant, which means she was fuming mad when she discovered her brother had left for the party without her. And the unfamiliar word is indignant. So here are the choices. Letter A, tall. Letter B, very angry. Letter C, excited. Letter D, happy. I repeat. Letter A, calm. Letter B, very angry. Letter C, excited. And letter D, happy. And what is the context clue? Lastly, number 5. The team was jubilant after their victory in contrast to their depression after the last 2 defeats. The underlined or unfamiliar word is jubilant. I repeat, the team was jubilant after their victory in contrast to their depression after the last two defeats. Here are the choices. Letter A, tired. Letter B, rejoicing. Letter C, mourning. And letter D, sad. What is the context clue for number 5? Now, finalize your answers, students. Okay. Let us see how much you have learned from this session. It's about time to check your answers. For number 1, if your answer is letter B, congratulations because you are correct. And the context clue is inference. Okay, next. Number 2, the answer is letter A. And the context clue is synonym. For number 3, if your answer is letter D, excellent because you are correct, students, no? And the context clue used in number 3 is antony. Next, number 4, the correct answer is letter B. And the context clue used is definition. And for number 5, the answer is letter B. And the context clue used in number 5 is antony. So, if you got a score of 0 to 2, you have to play back and see where you got your mistakes, students. And if you got 3 to 5, it means that you have performed well, students. So congratulations. Again, don't forget the lessons that we have discussed for this afternoon, which is about the context clues. Alright, that ends our lesson for this episode. I hope you have learned a lot from me today. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Edward P. Cruz, your English anchor teacher, saying, never stop learning because life never stops teaching. Thank you for listening and watching. Until next time.
Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Pagaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo sa Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTZ Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigilo ko mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Karen Timones Perez, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na kung saan nakapagpahahalaga sa natatanging kultura ng mga rehiyon, bansa, mamamayan sa daigdig. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikawalong baitang na kasalukuyang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay maaari kayo mag-text sa aking numero 0929-111-5255. Kaya, text na! Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, ipinapaalala ko muli ang ating kasunduan bago simulan ang ating talakayan. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Pangalawa, ihanda ang CP ng inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At panghuli, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Batid ko na kayang-kaya ninyo yang gawin. Balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Subukan ninyong sagutin ang 5 tanong na aking ibibigay ukol sa katangiang pisikal ng daigdig. Para sa balik-aral, ihanda ang inyong papel at ballpen at isulat sa sagutang papel ang sagot sa aking 5 katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Kung ganon, magsisimula na tayo sa ating balik-aral. Unang tanong, libo-libong Pilipino ang nangingibang bansa sa Italia at Pransya upang magtrabaho. Anong tema ng heograpiya ang tumutukoy dito? Ang sagot ay paggalaw. Ikalawang tanong, kung ang imaginary line na tumatakbo ng pahalang sa globo ay tinatawag na latitude, ano naman ang imaginary line na pahalang na humahati sa globo sa 2 bahagi? Ang sagot ay Ecuador. Para naman sa ikatlong tanong, si Juan ay nanibago sa kanyang lugar sa Bataan dahil nagkaroon na ng mga iba't ibang fast food chain at komersyal na establishmento. Anong tema ng heograpiya ang tumutukoy dito? Ang sagot ay interaksyon ng tao at kapaligiran. Ika-4 na tanong, planeta ang may kakayanang makapagpanatili ng buhay? Ang sagot ay daigdig. Ika-5 tanong, anong karagatan ang matatagpuan sa silangang bahagi ng daigdig? Ang sagot ay Pacific Ocean. Ilan ang nakuha mong tamang sagot? Batid ko na marami. Kung hindi naman ay may pagkakataon ka pang makabawi sa susunod. Kung sa nakaraang aralin ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa katangiang pisikal ng daigdig, ngayon ay atin namang tatalakayin ang tungkol sa natatanging kultura ng mga rehiyon, bansa, at mamamayan sa daigdig. Game na ba kayo mag-aral at matuto dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo? Inaasahan natin na pagkatapos ng leksyong ito ay kaya na ninyong pahalagahan ang mga natatanging kultura ng mga rehiyon, bansa, at mamamayan sa daigdig. Pero, bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan, ay magkaroon muna tayo ng kalinawan ukol sa heograpiyang pantao. Ang sangay na tumutukoy sa mga pag-aaral sa mga aspektong kultural na matatagpuan sa daigdig, paraan ng interaksyon ng tao sa kanyang kapaligiran, kung paano niya binabago at kung paano rin siya nababago o naapektuhan ng kalikasan ay tinatawag na heograpiyang pantao. Sa module na ito, hihimay-himayin ang mga bumubuo sa heograpiyang pantao: wika, relihiyon, lahi at pangkat etniko ng rehiyon, bansa at mamamayan sa daigdig. Pagtutuunan ng pansin dito kung paano nakaapekto ang heograpiyang pantao sa pagkakakilanlan ng individual o isang pangkat ng tao. Gayon din ang pagiging instrumento ng kultural na heograpiya sa pagkakaisa ng mga tao sa daigdig. Halina, simulan na ang pagkatuto dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo sa Radyo Filipino. Una nating talakayin ang tungkol sa heograpiyang pantao o tinatawag ding heograpiyang kultural. Ang paggamit ng mga heograpo ng iba't ibang pananaw upang maipakita ang kultural na rehiyon at mga bansang kabilang dito. Relihiyon, wika, medisina, ekonomiya, politikal, mga lungsod, populasyon, kultura at iba pang maaaring magbigay liwanag kung bakit kumikilos ang mga tao sa isang lugar tulad ng kanilang ginagawa sa kanilang buhay ang pinag-aaralan dito. Ating suriin ang mga pangunahing aspekto ng heograpiyang pantao. Gaano nga ba kahalaga ang wika? Ang wika ang itinuturing bilang kaluluwa at salamin ng isang kultura. Ito ay nagbibigay pagkakakilanlan sa mga taong kabilang sa isang pangkat. Ang wika ay pinagkaloob ng Diyos sa atin at ipinamana pa sa mga sinaunang tao sa mundo. At ito ang ginagamit natin upang magkaunawaan at magkaintindihan ng bawat tao sa mundo. Para sa unang gawain, wika ko, alam ko. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen. Magsisimula na tayo. Simple lamang ang patakaran. Kailangan lamang nating isulat sa papel ang mga wika o dialektong alam nating salitain. Pagkatapos ay ipaliliwanag natin kung paano natututunan ang wika o dialektong ito. Isulat din kung ano ang kahalagahan sa pagkatuto mo ng mga wika o dialektong ito. Isulat ang sagot sa kwaderno base sa panuto. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang handa na kayo. Subukan natin ang sagot ni Sabina. Ang mga wika o dialektong alam niyang salitain ay Filipino, Ingles, marunong din siya ng Kapampangan at ng kaunting Ilocano. Natutunan niya ang Filipino dahil ito ang pangunahing wika na kanilang ginagamit sa kanilang tahanan. Natuto siya ng Kapampangan dahil siya ay nag-aral sa syudad na kung saan ang mga kamag-aral niya ay ito ang sinasalita. Natuto siya ng Ingles dahil ito ay itinuturo sa paaralan. At may kaunting kaalaman siya sa Ilocano dahil ang kanyang ina ay isang Ilocana. Para sa kanya, mahalaga ang mga wika at dialektong ito dahil madali siyang makipag-usap at nauunawaan niya ang ibang tao. Maaari rin niyang magamit ang wikang Ingles upang makahanap ng trabaho sa hinaharap. Mapapansin natin na ang wika o dialektong ating natututunan ay nakadepende sa lugar o bansang ating kinabibilangan. Mahalaga ito upang madali tayong magkaunawaan at makipagtalastasan. Ang unang bahagi ng ating leksyon ay tungkol sa wika. Batay sa datos mula sa Aklat ng Kasaysayan ng Daigdig, tinatayang may 7,105 buhay na wika sa mundo ng mahigit na 6,200,000,000 katao. Nakapaloob ang mga wikang ito sa tinatawag na language family o wikang magkakaugnay at may iisang pinag-ugatan. May 136 language families sa buong daigdig. Ang mga pamilya ng wikang ito ay nagsasanga-sanga sa iba pang wikang ginagamit sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Dumako naman tayo sa mga katangian ng wika. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga katangian ng wika? Una, dinamiko. Nagbabago ito kasabay ng pagbabago ng panahon at pandaigdigan na pagbabago. Ikalawang katangian ng wika ay may sariling kakanyahan. Hindi mahanap sa ibang wika ang mga katangian ng isang wika. At ang ikatlong katangian naman ay kaugnay ng wika ang kultura ng isang bansa. Ang sining, panitikan, karunungan, kaugalian, kinagawian, at paniniwala ng mga mamamayan ang bumubuo ng kultura. Ang pangkat ng mga taong may angking kultura ay lumilinang ng isang wikang naaangkop sa kanilang mga pangangailangan sa buhay. Ngayon ay talakayin naman natin ang pangunahing pamilya ng wika sa daigdig. Ang unang pamilya ng wika sa daigdig ay ang Afro-Asiatic na may 366 buhay na wika at 5.81 bahagdan ng mga nagsasalita. Susunod naman ay ang Austronesian na may 1,221 buhay na wika at 5.55 bahagdan ng mga nagsasalita. Susunod ay ang Indo-European na may 436 buhay na wika at 46.77 bahagdan ng mga nagsasalita. Ika-4 ay ang Niger-Congo na may 1,524 buhay na wika at 6.91 bahagdan ng mga nagsasalita. At ang ika-5 ay ang Sino-Tibetan na may 456 buhay na wika at 20.34 bahagdan ng mga nagsasalita. Bago tayo dumako sa ikalawang bahagi ng aralin, gusto ko munang pagnilay-nilayan at sagutin ninyo ang katanungang paano mo maipapakita ang pagmamahal sa iyong sariling wika bilang tanda ng iyong pagkakakilanlan. Sa panahon ngayon na kung saan mahalaga na rin ang pag-aaral ng Ingles o kahit ano pang banyagang salita, mahalaga na hindi natin makalimutan ang ating sariling wika. Huwag sana natin itong talikdan at patuloy na ituro sa mga susunod na henerasyon. Hindi lamang ito para sa pagkakaunawaan at pakikipagtalastasan, kundi isa rin itong tanda ng ating pagka-Filipino. Sa ikalawang bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ang tungkol sa relihiyon. Paano nga ba nakatutulong ang relihiyon o paniniwala sa paghubog ng iyong pagkatao? Ngunit, bago natin sagutin ang katanungang iyan, simulan natin ang ating talakayan tungkol sa relihiyon. Ang relihiyon ay nagmula sa salitang religare, na nangangahulugang pagsasama-sama o pagkakabuklod-buklod. Ito ay kalipunan ng mga paniniwala at ritual ng isang pangkat ng tao. Bawat relihiyon ay may kani-kaniyang kinikilalang Diyos na sinasamba. Kadalasan, ang mga paniniwalang nakapaloob sa mga aral at turo ng relihiyon ay naging basihan sa pagkilos ng tao sa kanyang pamumuhay sa araw-araw. Kung matatandaan, ang ating mga ninuno ay meron ding sariling paniniwala na naging gabay sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Hindi organisado at sistematiko ang paniniwala nila noon. Ang mga relihiyon sa kasalukuyan ay organisado at may doktrinang sinusunod. Ngunit ang malaking katanungan, paano ba nakatutulong ang relihiyon o paniniwala sa paghubog ng iyong pagkatao? Maaaring iba-iba tayo ng paniniwala o relihiyon, ngunit ang bawat relihiyon ay may doktrinang sinusunod. Doktrinang naglalaman ng aral na siyang nagiging gabay sa ating buhay. Itinuturo o ipinalalaganap ng relihiyon simula sa ating pagkabata, kaya naman ito ay naisasabuhay natin hanggang sa pagtanda. Ngunit, palagi nating tandaan na anuman ang relihiyon at paniniwala, dapat nating igalang ang relihiyon at paniniwala ng ibang tao. Sa pagpapatuloy ng ating talakayan, ang ilan sa mga pangunahing relihiyon sa mundo ay Hinduismo, Islam, Kristyanismo, Budismo, at Confucianismo. Ang tanong tungkol sa kahulugan at layunin ng buhay ang sinasagot ng relihiyon. Sinusuportahan din nito ang isang mahalagang pagpapahalaga ng isang pangkat ng tao. Mayroong iba-ibang paniniwala, pangrelihiyon ang tao. Monoteismo ang tawag sa paniniwala sa iisang Diyos. Ang pananampalataya naman sa maraming Diyos ay tinatawag na polytheismo. Makikita natin sa ating mga screen ang ilan sa mga simbolo ng relihiyon sa daigdig. Makikita din sa larawan ang relihiyong Baha'i, Budismo, Kristyanismo, katutubong relihiyong Chino, Hinduismo, Islam, Sikhismo, Taoismo, Jainismo, Judaismo, Paganismo at Shintoismo. Ang sumusunod ay ilan sa iba't ibang relihiyon sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng daigdig. Una ay ang rehiyon ng Latin America at Caribbean na may relihiyong Romano-Katoliko. Sa 7 bansa, bagamat ang bawat isa ay may kalayaang pumili ng kanilang pananampalataya. Sa Indian at Africa naman ay may relihiyong Romano-Katoliko, ngunit patuloy pa rin nilang sinusunod ang kaugalian sa pananampalataya ng kanilang ninuno. Sa kanlurang Europe ay may relihiyong Katoliko, Protestante naman sa Hilaga at Hilagang Kanluran. at Romano-Katoliko naman sa bansang malapit sa Mediterranean. Greek Orthodox naman ang sa Greece. Sa Hilagang Ireland naman ay may minsanang pagsiklab ng hidwaan sa pagitan ng mga Romano-Katoliko at Protestante. Ngunit sila ay may kalayaang pumili ng kanilang pananampalataya. Sa silangang Europe ay meron silang relihiyong Orthodox at sangay ng Romano-Katoliko, Protestantismo, Judaismo at Islam. Sa Soviet Union, 1/3 ng mga tao sa Albania, Poland, Czechoslovakia at Hungary ay may relihiyong Eastern Orthodox at Romano-Katoliko. Sa Hilagang Africa at Gitnang Silangan ay halos sa lahat ng rehiyon maliban sa Israel ay Islam. Sa iilang bahagi ng rehiyon ay may relihiyong Judaismo at Kristyanismo. Sa Israel naman, ang kanilang relihiyon ay Hudyo. Karamihan sa Lebanon at Cyprus ay may relihiyong Kristyanismo. Sa Sub-Saharan Africa naman ay may tradisyonal na relihiyon tulad ng African, Islam at Kristyanismo. Sa Ethiopia, Nigeria at Tanzania naman ay Islam. Sa Timog Africa ay Kristiyano. Naniniwala din sila sa animismo o ang kaluluwa ng mga ninuno at pinaniniwalaang buhay sa kalikasan. Gayon din ang paniniwala nila sa iisang tagalikha ng tao. Sa Antarctic, Australia at Oceania naman ay may iba't ibang relihiyon bago pumasok ang mga Europeo. Pagpasok ng mga misyonaryong Europeo ay nagkaroon sila ng relihiyong Kristyanismo. Patuloy ang tradisyonal na paniniwala sa maraming bahagi ng rehiyon. Iilan lamang ang sumusunod sa prinsipyong Islam at Hindu. Sa Silangang Asya naman, ang bansang China, Mongolia at North Korea, ang pagkakaroon nila ng relihiyon ay pinahina ng gobyernong komunista. Sa Silangang Asya naman, karamihan ay walang sinusunod na relihiyon. May ilang mga tao sa Silangang Asya ay may relihiyong Budismo, Confucianismo o Taoismo. Sa mga hindi komunistang bansa, ang kanilang relihiyon ay Confucianismo at Taoismo. Sa Japan naman ay may relihiyon silang Shintoismo. May maliit na bilang ng Muslim ang naninirahan sa rehiyon dulot ng kalakalan. Ang ilang tao sa South Korea ay may relihiyong Kristyanismo. Sa Timog Asya naman, ang kanilang relihiyon ay Hinduismo, Islam at Budismo. May ilan din na yumakap sa Kristyanismo. Sa India at Nepal naman, may relihiyong Hinduismo. Ganon din ang bansang Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan at Bangladesh. Karamihan ng mga tao sa Pakistan, Bangladesh at mangilan-ngilan sa Hilagang India ay may relihiyong Islam. Sa Sri Lanka, Bhutan at ilan din sa Nepal at Central India ay may relihiyong Budismo. Ang ilan sa mga Timog India ay Kristiyano. Sa Punjab naman ay Sikh, ang kombinasyon ng Islam at Hinduismo. Sa Timog Silangang Asya naman, Budismo ang relihiyon ng Indochina. Malaking populasyon ng Malay Peninsula ay Islam. Dala ito ng mga ngalakal na Muslim. Sa Pilipinas naman ay may relihiyong Romano-Katoliko, dulot na rin ng mahigit na 300 taong pananakop ng mga Espanyol. Meron ding may relihiyong Confucianismo at Taoismo. Ilan na nasa bulong-bunduking lugar ay may tradisyonal na relihiyon batay sa animismo. Ngayon tapos na natin ang talakayan sa wika at relihiyon. Oras na para tasahin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa heograpiyang pantao. Ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas, at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Kailangan niyo lamang isa-isahin ang mga sagot sa aking katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Ang unang tanong, ito ay isang organisadong paraan ng pagsamba sa isang bagay na espiritual o kaisipan sa buhay? Ang tamang sagot ay relihiyon. Ang ikalawang tanong ay, Ito ang paggamit ng mga heograpo ng iba't ibang pananaw upang ipakita ang kultural na rehiyon at mga bansang kabilang dito. Ang sagot ay heograpiyang pantao o heograpiyang kultural. Heto ang susunod na tanong. Ito ay isang masistemang balangkas sa sinasalitang tunog at isinaayos sa paraang arbitraryo upang magamit ng mga tao sa pagkikipagtalastasan na nabibilang sa iisang kultura. Ang sagot ay wika. Para sa susunod na tanong, ito ang tawag sa paniniwala sa iisang Diyos. Ang sagot ay monoteismo. At para sa huling katanungan, ito naman ang paniniwala sa maraming Diyos. Ang sagot ay polytheismo. Nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score sa inyong gawain? Magaling! At para sa hindi nakakuha, ay huwag kayong mag-alala. Bagkus ay bumawi sa susunod nating episode. Kasama kami mga guro sa Araling Panlipunan 8 bilang inyong mga gamay. Kayang-kaya mo yan! Bilang gawain sa pagganap sa huling bahagi ng aralin ay gagawa ng isang poster na nagpapakita ng kahalagahan ng wika sa isang bansa at paano mapapanatili ang wikang ito sa ating kultura. At sa pamantayan o rubric sa pagbibigay ng puntos, ito ay nahahati sa 3 kategorya. Una, kaugnayan sa aralin, 10 puntos. Ikalawa, pagkamalikhain, 5 puntos. Ikatlo, originality, 5 puntos. Inyo itong ibigay sa inyong mga guro bago magsimula ang susunod na episode. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ang natapos talakayin. Upang magkaroon ng ideya sa susunod na tatalakayin, maaari niyong basahin ang pahina 9 hanggang 12 para maging handa kayo sa susunod nating leksyon. Ito ay patungkol sa lahi o pangkat etniko. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan mula sa ating leksyon at sikapin niyo itong maibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Karen Timones Perez, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa huli!
Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad. Serbisyong may halaga. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama. Katuwang. Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
This is my story. Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan o puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga. This is my story. Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story. This is my story. Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. This is my story.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan?
o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the Professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Kumusta mga video kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTZ 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello and good day, learners! Especially to all grade 8 who are always tuning in and patiently waiting every weekdays just to witness our live discussions. I am blessed and delighted to be with you today. Join me in an exciting, fascinating, and interesting way of learning this afternoon. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac and on RTV Tarlac Facebook Live. I am Leslie Alsomera, your teacher broadcaster for TLE 8 Agri-Fishery Arts Food Processing. I'm from Tarlac National High School, Maine. Broadcasting live here at Kapas, Tarlac. How are you today, dear learners? Hope you are all safe and sound, enjoying learning despite of the pandemic, and that you are in a comfortable place wherein you can watch and hear me clearly for you to understand our lesson. Before we proceed to the lesson proper, may I remind you to have your food processing module with you and look for module 2 at page 73. It is also better if you have your TLE notebook or piece of paper with pencil or ballpen in case you want to take down notes, the important things to remember. If you have questions or wanted to ask something in the future about lesson matters, I'm just a simple text or call away through 0995 093 7166. At this juncture, let's have a review regarding on our previous lesson. It was all about the different tools and equipment used for food processing. Let us again define them and give examples at the same time in order for you to remember their differences. Let's start with tools. What are tools anyway? They are utensils or devices used by hand intended for a particular task. They are usually handheld, efficient, and easy to use. Can you give me examples of tools, dear learners? Very good. Here are examples of tools. We have the different measuring tools and devices. Weighing scale. Next is refractometer. It is used in measuring sugar concentration of syrup for food. We also have salinometer. It is used to measure the salinity of a brine. Fourth is anemometer. It is used to determine the velocity of the wind during sand drying. And of course, the most commonly used measuring tools, we have measuring spoons, measuring cups for dry ingredients, and measuring cup for liquid ingredients. I will elaborate the three later on since they are part of our lesson this afternoon. In addition to them, we have knives, kitchen share, tong, chopping or cutting board, saucepan, and of course, colander. Let us now move on with equipment. These are things which are used to provide specific service or function. Can you also give me examples of equipment used in food processing, my dear learners? Good job! Here are some examples. We have pressure cooker, refrigerator, and can sealer. We also have the different smoking equipment, like the smokehouse, smoking tray, and bakol. It is a basket made from bamboo that is used to transport smoked food, fish in particular. Next are the different salting equipment. We have drum that is used as container to keep the fish during the salting process. Second are earthen pots or jars. They are used in storing salted products. We also have what we call bistay, a bamboo basket used for collecting sun-dried fish. And finally, the fermentation vat or barrels that are used in fermenting wines or even fruits and vegetables. I am happy that you still remember the different tools and equipment used in food processing. And I know that you can already identify whether they are tools or equipment if you will encounter them. At this moment, let us now proceed with the lesson proper. To start with, let's have a warm-up activity entitled Name It. Give the long term of the following measurements abbreviation that I will present. You may write your answers on a piece of paper or simply type them on the comment section if you are watching via Facebook Live. Are you ready, my dear learners? Let's begin. For number 1, C. For number 2, kg. For number 3, PT. For number 4, QT. For number 5, LB. Number 6, GAL or GAL. Number 7, OZ. And for number 8, TB-SP. It's now time to reveal the answers. Let's see if you name all the measurements. For number 1, cup. Number 2, kilogram. Number 3, pint. Number 4, quart. Number 5, pound. Number 6, gallon. Number 7, ounce. And for number 8, tablespoon. Did you got it all correct? If yes, good job! I believe that you already have the idea on what will be our topic for today based from the given activity. And I know that you are now ready for the discussion. Our topic is under Module 2, Performing Mathematical Computations, which are the measurements, their abbreviations, procedures, and conversions. Our objectives for today are as follows. Number 1, identify the different measurements used for raw materials and ingredients. Number 2, determine their abbreviations and conversions depending on the needed measurement. And number 3, follow the procedures on how to properly measure ingredients. My dear learners, let's start learning. As an introduction, it is important to weigh or measure all ingredients accurately, especially for beginners. There are cooks and chefs who seem to be able to produce good results by guesswork and intuition because of their long experience in cooking. However, that should not be the case. What generally matters is using precise measurement. Let's start our discussion with the measurements and their abbreviations. Letter C for cup, GAL for gallon, GM or G for gram, kg for kilogram, LB for pound, ml for milliliter, OZ for ounce, PT for pint, QT for quart, TBSP for tablespoon, TSP for teaspoon, and FL.OZ. For fluid ounce. Let's continue. When weighing things, it is essential to buy a good brand of weighing tools and devices that would last long. A good selection of those can be very handy and helpful. First on the list are measuring cups for dry ingredients. They are used primarily for measuring dry ingredients and solid fats. Their measurements are 1 cup, half cup, 1/3 cup, 1/4 cup, and 1/8 cup. Can you give examples of dry ingredients that are measured using these tools? Very good. Those are flour, starches, sugar, skim milk, butter and margarine, and of course, lard. Next are measuring spoons. These are used to measure small amount of both dry and liquid ingredients. Their measurements are 1 tablespoon, 2/2 tablespoon, 1 teaspoon, 1/2 teaspoon, and 1/4 teaspoon. Can you also give examples of both dry and liquid ingredients that are measured using these tools, my dear learners? That's great! We have salt, spices and seasonings, honey, vinegar, and other condiments. Since I already discussed the measuring tools used for dry ingredients and solid fats, let me share the procedures on how to measure dry ingredients. Let's begin with the procedures of measuring flour. Number 1, sift the flour. But why is it necessary to sift flour? Simply because, in order to remove impurities and lumps, it promotes aeration and for even mixing of ingredients. Next is scoop enough flour to mound over the top of the cup. Do not shake. Why? Because it will cause the flour to become slightly packed. And lastly, scrape the excess flour using a spatula or the edge of a knife. To continue, we have the procedures on measuring sugar. Brown sugar, to be particular. Number 1, sifting is not necessary unless the sugar is lumpy. Second, scoop brown sugar until it fills up the cup. Next thing to do is to pack firmly using the back of spoon or your fingers. Add more sugar as you pack until the cup is firmly packed. Fourth, hold the cup, then slide the knife or spatula across the top to remove the excess sugar. And finally, to check if it is packed correctly, the sugar holds its shape when emptied. Last, we have the procedures in measuring fats. For number 1, fill the measuring cup with shortening. Second, pack it onto the cup to get rid of air pockets. And lastly, use a straight edge such as a spatula or knife to level the top. And in addition to that, my dear learners, firm fats such as butter may be cut from blocks using the measurements provided on the packaging. Are you still with me, my dear learners? Okay, let's continue learning. Next measuring tool are measuring cup for liquid ingredients. It is used primarily to measure volume of liquid ingredients. Its measurements are 1 cup, 2 cups, 4 cups, and up to 8 cups. Can you give examples of liquid ingredients that are measured using this tool? Excellent! We have water, juices, vinegar, syrups, and oils. Let us now move on to the procedures on how to measure liquid ingredients. First, use the correct tool for the job. Make sure to use measuring cup made from glass with graduated markings on the side. Now the question is, why is it important to use the right tool? Simply because to complete a task easy, fast, and accurate. Second, place the cup on a flat, level surface. Hold it firmly and then pour the desired amount of liquid. Avoid lifting the cup. For instance, if we lift the cup while pouring the liquid ingredient, you will not get the precise measurement that you need. And lastly, lean over and view the liquid at eye level to make sure you pour the right amount. Dear learners, let us now proceed with the last measuring device, which is the measuring scale or weighing scale rather. It is used to measure large quantities of ingredients. It gives us measurements of mass in kilograms, grams, pounds, etc. Now let's have the procedures on how to measure by weight. Number 1, check and calibrate scales according to manufacturer's manual before using. Checking and calibrating of scales are very important because they help in ensuring accurate measurements, and we all know that having accurate measurements are foundational to the quality, safety, and innovation of most products that we use and rely on every day. Next, adjust the pointer of the scale to 0. Third, place the pan, bowl, or piece of wax paper on scale to hold ingredients to be measured. And lastly, read the level of measurement. And now we're done with the first part of our lesson. Before we continue, let me remind you, dear learners, to listen carefully and be attentive as we continue the lesson. It is better to do multitasking. Listen and take down notes at the same time. Okay then, let's proceed to the next topic, which are the measurements with their conversions. First, we have the approximate metric equivalent by weight according to US metric system. These measurements are applicable to dry ingredients. The table shows examples of conversion from ounces to grams. Let's have number 1. For 1 ounce, it is equivalent for 28 grams. For 2 ounces, it is 57 grams. For 4 ounces, it is 112 grams. For 5 ounces, 140 grams. While for 8 ounces, 228 grams. For 15 ounces, 425 grams. And lastly, 16 ounces or equivalent to 1 pound is 454 grams. Moving on are the liquid measurements and conversions according to US customary system. It shows the conversion of cup to spoons, fluid ounce, and their approximate measurements in milliliters. For 1/2 cup, it is equivalent to 8 tablespoons. For fluid ounces, and approximate 120 milliliters. For 1 cup, it is equivalent to 16 tablespoons, 8 fluid ounces, and approximate 155 milliliters. And for 3 cups, it is 24 fluid ounces or 700 milliliters. While for 4 cups, 32 fluid ounces and approximate 940 milliliters. While for 8 cups, it is 64 fluid ounces and equivalent to 1,893 milliliters. Are we clear on this, my dear learners? Okay, great! Let us now proceed to the last part of the lesson. The temperature measurements and their conversions. If you want to convert degrees Celsius or centigrade to degrees Fahrenheit, simply multiply Celsius by 1.8 and add 32. For example, if we want to convert 100 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit, 100 multiplied by 1.8 plus 32, you will get 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Meaning, 100 degrees Celsius is equivalent to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. While on the other hand, to convert degrees Fahrenheit to degrees Celsius, subtract 32 from degrees Fahrenheit first and then multiply by 0.56. For instance, my dear learners, if we convert 200 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius, we have to subtract 32 from 200 and then multiply it by 0.56 and then we will get 94. In short, 200 degrees Fahrenheit is equivalent to 94 degrees Celsius. Another important thing to remember, my dear learners, are the temperatures for freezing point for water, which is 0 degrees Celsius or equivalent to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. While for boiling point for water or the hottest temperature when boiling, it is 100 degrees Celsius or equivalent to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. And yes, we are done. It's now time for recap. I have here the different measurements and their abbreviation. C for cup, GAL or gal per gallon, GM per gram, kg for kilogram, lb per pound, ml for milliliter, oz for ounce, pt for pint, qt for quart, tbsp for tablespoon, tsp for teaspoon, and of course, fl.0 oz.fluid ounce. Next, for the procedures on how to measure ingredients properly, to summarize everything, my dear learners, it is necessary to use the correct tool for a specific job. And of course, follow procedures systematically in order to have an accurate measurement and to get better results. While for the weight and liquid measurement conversions, please refer to the table shown a while ago. But don't you worry, because they are also found on your modules. Please be reminded that all the numbers that are shown on the table are all given, fixed, and as it is. Meaning, you cannot replace them with any number that you want, or else you will not get the correct measurements during calculation. And for the temperature measurement, if you want to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, simply multiply Celsius to 1.8 and then add 32. While on the other hand, to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, subtract 32 to Fahrenheit and then multiply it to 0.56. We are now done with our lesson. And I hope you learned a lot today. It's now time to assess how far your understanding on the lesson that was discussed. It's quiz time, my dear learners. I will be giving a 5-item multiple choice quiz. So please get your quiz notebook or a piece of paper and of course, your pen. Are you ready and excited at the same time? Please keep your notes and listen carefully to the direction. So let's begin. Answer the questions accordingly. Choose the letter of the correct answer. For number 1, what is the abbreviation for pound? A. Kilogram, B. PT, C. LB, or D. QT? For number 2, the following measurements or measuring spoons except number 1, half tablespoon, B, half teaspoon, letter C, 1/4 teaspoon, and letter D, 1/4 tablespoon. For number 3, what is the third step in measuring by weight? A, adjust the pointer of the scale to 0. B, read the level of measurement. C, check and calibrate scales according to manufacturer's manual before using. And letter D, place the pan, bowl, or piece of wax paper on the scale to hold the ingredients to be measured. For number 4, what is the conversion of 16 ounces or 1 pound to grams? A, 450, B, 452, C, 454, and letter D, 456. And for the last number, what is the conversion of 100 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit? A, 212, B, 215, C, 217, and D, 220. That will be the end of the quiz. Did you answer everything correctly? It's checking time. For number 1, it is letter C, LB. For number 2, it is letter D, 1/4 tablespoon. For number 3, it is letter D as well. Place the pan, bowl, or piece of wax paper on scale to hold ingredients to be measured. And for number 4, it is letter C, 454 grams. And for number 5, it is letter A, 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Did you got it all correct, my dear learners? If yes, you are excellent. If you got 3 or 4, that's great. If your score was 2 or below, still very good. But don't you worry, because there's still next time to bounce back. And so another lesson was successfully given and done. For further understanding, please read your modules. It has enhancement activities and performance tasks that will help you for the mastery of the lesson. See you again next time! Make sure to always tune in on Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Again, I am Leslie Alsomera, your teacher broadcaster this afternoon saying, always bear in your minds to study hard. Because we all know that education is the key to success and the only treasure that cannot be stolen from us. And in TLE, there is knowledge, skills, and progress. Till our next session, thank you so much for today. Have a nice and safe day ahead.
Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad. Serbisyong may halaga. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama. Katuwang. Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially to all grade 8 students. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, broadcasting live here in the municipality of Pura, televised on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, and simulcast over DCTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac, and via RTV Tarlac Facebook Live. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Maria Edad Lulid. Join me for the next 25 minutes of another episode in Music Grade 8 on the topic Instrumental Music of Southeast Asian Countries, particularly Cambodia, Indonesia, and Myanmar. Before we begin, I have a study tips for you to maximize learning. First, Find a comfortable place so that you can hear me loud and clear. Second, get your materials for the broadcast, your answer sheets, and make sure you have a pen. Listen attentively and be interactive. During our last episode, Ma'am Pearly Obiena discussed the topic vocal music of Southeast Asia. You have learned folk songs from our neighboring countries, like Rasa Sayang of Malaysia, which means loving feeling. Burung Kakatuwa of Indonesia, which also means kakatu, a species of parrot. Chan Malichan of Malaysia, which means endearment. Loy Loy Kratong of Thailand, which also means small vessel or basket, and Loy means float. Rukon, a lullaby song of Vietnam. And Pamulinawen means a girl with a hardened heart, an Ilocano folk song from our country, Philippines. Ano ang pinaka nagustuhan ninyong awitin? Sa anong folk song kayo nag-enjoy? Anyway, I'm sure with all that knowledge imparted by our teacher broadcaster, I believe you learned a lot about the vocal music of Southeast Asia. Music comes in two categories, vocal and instrumental music. Since you learned the vocal music of Southeast Asian countries, let us again travel, going back to Southeast Asian countries, to discover their instruments and musical ensemble. Before we start, I want you to stay in a place where you are most comfortable with. For the pre-assessment, bring out your learner activity sheet and a pen. Are you ready, learners? Here is the direction. Classify the following instruments according to Hornbostow-Sachs classification of musical instruments. Write aerophone, chordophone, idiophone, and membranophone. Picture number 1. What is the classification of this instrument? Next is instrument number 2. Can you guess its classification? Number 3. What is the classification of this instrument? Number 4. Is it classified as membranophone? And the last picture, what classification of instrument it belongs? Okay, time is up. Let us check your answers. Were you able to guess how they sound and how they are played? For number 1, the answer is membranophone. Number 2, chordophone. For number 3, the answer is idiophone. Item number 4, the answer is aerophone. And for number 5, the answer is idiophone. Who got the perfect score? Very good. And for those who got 4 and 3, good job. And for those who got 2 and 1, anyway, nice try. As we discuss our lesson this afternoon, we will also discover the musical or the instrumental music of Southeast Asian countries, Cambodia, Indonesia, and Myanmar. For the objectives of our lesson, we have explores ways of producing sounds on a variety of sources that would simulate instrument being studied. Second, improvises simple accompaniment to selected Southeast Asian music. Music comes in two categories, vocal music and instrumental music. Vocal music refers to music emphasizing the use of human voice, while instrumental music refers to the use of any combination of instruments such as strings, woodwinds, brass, or percussion, usually without human voice. Do you still recall the classification of musical instruments by Hornbow-Stelzak? How many classification of instruments are there? Did you say 5? You are correct. Musical instruments are classified into aerophones. These are the instruments that use vibrating air to produce sound. Chordophones, on the other hand, are instruments in which a stretched, vibrating string produces initial sound. Next is idiophones. These are instruments that create sounds primarily by the vibration of the instrument itself. Membranophone, these are musical instruments which are stressed membrane vibrates to produce sound. And the last classification, the electrophones. These are musical instruments which produce sound primarily by electrical means. As we discussed our lesson this afternoon, we will also discover the classification of different musical ensemble of Cambodia, Indonesia, and Myanmar. So pay attention to our discussion as we start with the musical instruments of Cambodia. Cambodia is one of the most beautiful countries in Southeast Asia. It is also known as Kampuchea. Cambodian music uses a range of instruments comprising buffalo horns, pipes, flutes, oboes, fiddles, dulcimers, sitars, lutes, xylophone, gongs, cymbals, and drums. The pinpit. A pit is a Cambodian musical ensemble or an orchestra that usually accompanies ceremonial music of the royal courts and temples. Pinpit ensemble is always part of their court dances, mask plays, shadow plays, and religious ceremonies. The following are musical instruments comprising pinpit ensemble. Sampor is a double-headed barrel drum with one drum head being larger than the other and is played with both hands. It is classified as membranophone. Onit is a xylophone built in shape of a curved rectangular shaped boat. It has 21 thick bamboo or hardwood bars that are suspended from strings attached to the walls and classified as idiophone. Next instrument is shing. Shing, also spelled sheng, is a finger cymbals. According to wikipedia.org, shing is made of bronze, alloy iron, copper, and gold. They are struck together and classified as idiophone. Next instrument is iskortom. Two-headed barrel drums play with a pair of wooden drumsticks. Typically have skin heads made from buffaloes. The drums are tuned such that one will give a tighter, louder sound when struck, while the other gives a loose and more flatter tone, and it is classified as membranophone. Next instrument under pinpit ensemble is kongbong. Number of gongs that are attached to a circle-shaped rock, closely resembling its larger relative, the kongtong. The kongtorts is made of 3 parts: the gong circle, the gong themselves, and the gong mallets. It is classified as percussion instrument. Are you still with me, learners? Once again, you are tuning in to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and via RTV Tarlac Facebook Live. Let's move on to Indonesia. Indonesia is an archipelago in Southeast Asia, comprising approximately 17,500 islands, with over 238 million people. Indonesia is the world's 4th most populous country and is the fourth biggest nation of the world. Let us discover the musical instruments of Indonesia. In Cambodia has a pinpit and sound. Indonesia also have gamelan. The gamelan or gamelan orchestra is the most popular form of music in Indonesia. Gamelan dates back before Hindu-Buddhist culture in Indonesia. In Javanese mythology, it is believed that the gamelan was created by Sanghyang Guru. He ruled from his palace from the Mahendra Mountains. He needed a way to summon the gods and so invented the gong. For more complex messages, he invented two more gongs. This formed the original gamelan set. Gamelan is now played all over Indonesia, and the most popular types are the Javanese and Balinese. There are two types of gamelan in Indonesia, the Javanese and the Balinese gamelan. You are probably wondering how you can distinguish the Javanese gamelan from Balinese gamelan. Let's find out the difference between the two. In Javanese gamelan, it is used for court music, while in Balinese, it is used for sacred music. Percussion dominated in Java, while in Balinese consists of metallophone and mostly gongs. Style of playing gives solemn character in Javanese gamelan, while in Balinese gamelan, sudden change of tempo and dynamics are the basic characteristic. Sounds are very bright and brilliant in Balinese, and the use of fast and rattling sounds of cymbals makes distinctive characters. Moving on, here are the musical instruments of gamelan and sound. The gamelan orchestra is made up of a variety of gongs, metallophones, and drums. First instrument is the bonang. It's very important for the melody in many pieces of gamelan music. The kettles are made to sound by beating the boss with sticks, sporting a cylindrical head wound with cord. The player holds one stick in each hand, so two tones can be produced together at a time. Next instrument, we have gander. Gander are played with two hands, each holding a mallet with a padded disc-shaped head. Because the instrument has a strong sustain, the sound must be dumped with the wrist after striking the next note. Another instrument, the saron. It has 7 bronze bars placed on the top of resonating frame. There are 3 instruments under saron family. Demung is the largest and lowest tone. It is played with a hammer with a wooden head. Second, the saron barung is somewhat smaller than the demung. Its bars shoot an octave higher. Third is the peking is the small and plays an octave higher than the saron barung. The musician uses a hammer made from an animal horn. The musician sits on the middle of the canon. Canon beaters are large sticks with a padded end. Normally, the musician will play a canon and let it ring. Gong suok are large gong of definite pitch. The big gong is also used when ending pieces. Kempul are set of pitch gongs. These instruments often subdivide a line of gamelan music. There are 2 racks of gongs because of the 2 gamelan scales or laras. Next instrument under gamelan is the sengseng. Consists of a set of 4 small cymbals mounted or inverted in a wooden frame, which are struck with a pair of small cymbals held by the musician to create crushing and shimmering effects. Next is kendang. Kendang are two-headed drum used in gamelan. The lace drum have skin heads on both sides and are played with a hand. Did you know that in gamelan ensemble or performance, before entering the area of the orchestra, shoes must be removed. Stepping over the instrument is forbidden. They are said to have a connection with the gods. Stepping over them breaks the connection. Okay, let's move on to the last country, but definitely not the least. And let us explore the musical instrument of Myanmar. Myanmar was known as Burma until 1989. The music of Myanmar has similarities with many other musical traditions in the region, including Chinese music and Thai music, probably because its longest land border is shared with China. Saying Wayne is Myanmar's traditional folk music and sound. It is made up of mainly of different gongs and drums, as well as the other instruments depending on the nature of the performance. Myanmar's musical instruments are categorized into two types, the loud sounding and the soft sounding. The loud sounding instruments are performed in open air ensembles at ceremonies and festivals. Most of the same weighing instruments belong to the loud sounding category. Other instruments in the same weighing are hene, a double reed pipe with a conical and seven finger holes at the front. Next instrument is the chaklon pat, a percussion instrument that is made of a set of 8 drums, and it is played by patting the drums with the palms of the musician. Next instrument under saying weighing is the muang saing. It's a set of bronze gongs that are set in a rectangular frame. Another instrument is the pat waing, a set of 21 drums in a circle. This instrument has been adopted into the Thai teapot ensemble. The player sits in the middle of the horseshoe-shaped shell made of carved wood and decorated with gold leaf. And the last instrument is the songguk. Songguk is regarded as the national instrument of Burma. The songguk is unique in that it is a very ancient harp in Asia. So, before we end our discussion, let us wrap up our lesson. Pinpit is the Cambodian musical ensemble or an orchestra that is usually accompanies ceremonial music of the royal courts and temples. The musical instruments under Pinpit ensemble are sampur, panit, shing, iskortom, and kongvong. Gamelan is the most famous musical ensemble of Indonesia, and the instruments are bonang, gender, saron, kenungong, sawuk, kempul, sengseng, and kendang. And Saingwaing is the Myanmar's musical ensemble. And the instrument of Saingwaing are hene, gang lungpat, maung saing, patwaing, and sanggok. Do you have questions about our lesson? Feel free to say that or send your text messages to your MAPE teachers. You can send your questions to my Facebook account also. Let me check if you really understand the lesson. Okay, learners, bring out your learner's activity sheet and answer activity 2 entitled Name It. Here is the directions. Identify its picture and classify the instruments or ensemble according to the country it belongs. Can you name or are you ready? Write the answers on the space provided. Picture number 1. Can you name the instrument and its origin? Number 2. What is the name of this musical ensemble? Okay, picture number 3. Can you give the name of the instrument and the origin of this instrument? Number 4. What is the name of the instrument and its origin? And the last picture, what is the musical instrument and where is the origin of this instrument? Okay, are you done, learners? Alright, let's check your answers. For number 1, the answer is Saron Barong of Indonesia. Number 2, Patwaying of Myanmar. Number 2, Pinpit Ensemble of Cambodia. Number 3, Patwaying of Myanmar. And for number 4, Sang Waying Ensemble of Myanmar. And for number 5, Gamelan Ensemble of Indonesia. Okay, did you get all the correct answers? For those who got a perfect score, congratulations. It also shows that you are really devoted your time and attention to our lesson. And for those with a score of 5 below, you need to study your lesson well. Don't be sad, learners, because you can still catch up on the next lesson in Music 8. For your performance assessment, here is the direction. Create and improvise musical instruments using materials that are resemble to the musical instruments of Southeast Asia to be used as an accompaniment in singing any Philippine folk song. Number 2, make a video of your performance and send a copy to your MAPE teacher. Be guided with the following rubrics. For the criteria, number 1, we have timbre, or students' vocal tone quality and instrumentation. Second, we have pitch. Students perform with correct pitch. Third, rhythmic accuracy, or students perform with correct rhythm. Number 4, creativity or resourcefulness. Students' ability to create, localize, or improvise musical accompaniment. 5 points for excellence, 4 points for very good, 3 points for good, 2 points for needs improvement. Okay. 25 minutes of fruitful discussion has been concluded. I hope you learned a lot today. Again, this is your teacher broadcaster in Music 8, Ma'am Maria Eden Lugid, saying, stay safe everyone, God bless, and until next time.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYN 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santo, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com. radiofilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino. Radio Filipino.
Back. This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
What a very wonderful afternoon to our dearest grade 9 students and to our karubas, gayems, and kabalens. You are currently tuned in to our radio station, which is dedicated to serving our beloved students in the comfort of their homes in the entire province of Tarlac. Welcome to DZTC 828 AM, Aral TarlakHenyo, simulcast on Facebook RTV Channel 26. Hi everyone, My name is Teacher Luigi, and I am so honored to be your teacher broadcaster today. Our episode for today is for grade 9 English. So I am asking our dearest grade 9 students to search for a spot where you can answer your activity sheets safely and comfortably while listening to our discussion. Get ready, grade 9 learners. Get your pen, your lecture notebook, and your activity sheets, and let's start our session. Our discussion today for grade 9 English will focus on MELC 1, express permission, obligation, and prohibition using models. After you have tuned in and listened thoroughly to our discussion, you are expected to identify the models used in sentences, differentiate the kinds of models used in expressing permission, obligation, and prohibition, and of course, create dialogues using models. Since this is the first topic in English 9 for first quarter, I think it is only a must for us to review our past lesson, which is somehow very relevant and important for today's topic. Last time, if you could still remember, we have talked about some signages that you can find in your school and what could those signages mean. And for our recap today, we will play a game. This game is called What Are These Signages? Please go to page number 1 of your activity sheets, and this is how this game works. Imagine that you are in your schools and you saw some signages. Now, your task is to identify or to match the signages under column A with their corresponding meanings under column B. Remember, you are going to match or connect the signages with their corresponding meaning, no more and no less. Now, let me give you one try or example for you to better understand how this game works. Okay, for example, you see under column A the signage. All you have to do is to look at it carefully and match the signage to its corresponding meaning under column B. Now the choices are A, no pets allowed; B, avoid eating; C, noisy is not allowed; and D, no ID, no entry. What do you think is the meaning of the signage? What's the answer? Very good. It's D, no ID, no entry. So now you have to match the signage to its corresponding meaning by drawing a line like this one. Okay? I think all of you have understood it perfectly. So let's begin with the first signage. There. What is the meaning of the signage that you are seeing on your screens? Is it A, no loitering? Is it B, no littering? Is it C, unauthorized person is not allowed here or do not enter? Or is it D for no smoking? Or E, eating is not allowed here? What is the correct answer? The correct answer is? Very good. It's C, for unauthorized person is not allowed here or do not enter. Great job. Now how about this one? Let me show you number 2. What's the meaning of that signage? What's the answer? Well, great job. The correct answer is D for no smoking. That's fascinating. How about the number 3 signage? What do you think is the meaning of the signage shown in your screen? What's the answer? Perfect. The correct answer is B for no littering. Great job. How about the next one? Take a look at the signage. What do you think is its meaning? The correct answer is Wow, very good. That's amazing. The correct answer is E for eating is not allowed here. Sometimes you see this signage on the computer laboratories or science laboratories of your schools. Now, how about the fifth and last signage? What do you think is the correct answer? Very good. The correct answer is, of course, no loitering, or in Tagalog, bawal ang pakalat-kalat, especially if it's during the class hours. Now, did you match all the signages perfectly with their corresponding meanings? Yes, very good. All of you are marvelous. Great job. Well, I guess everyone is ready, so sit back, relax, and listen attentively as we now go to our main discussion. We will talk about MELC 1 today, which is about expressing permission, obligation, and prohibition using models. My dear grade 9 students, please prepare your activity sheets, your pen, your lecture notebook, your water, and let's learn. When we write or when we speak, there are times when we would want to show ability, or we would want to ask permission, we would want to show obligation or prohibition. The best way for us to do those is through using models. Now the question is, what are models? Models are auxiliary or helping verbs. And just like what I have said earlier, models may be specifically used to ask permission, express ability, express obligation, and prohibition. Let me make everything clear for you. When you say ability, it is the skill or the capacity to do something. That's ability. Now, when we talk about permission, it is an act of asking for authorization or consent from a person or people. On the other hand, when you say obligation, it expresses commitment on duty or job or work. Lastly, when we say prohibition, it is an act of disallowing or prohibiting someone from doing something. So I hope you better understand these four big words. Now, let us try to check the following sentences under learning task number 1, which is entitled, How are the models used? You can actually find that on page number 2 of your activity sheets. Let's see, how were the underlined models are used in the sentences? So let's identify if they are used to express ability, permission, obligation, or prohibition. On the spaces provided before each number, you have to draw a star if your answer is ability. You have to draw a crescent moon if your answer is permission. You have to draw a heart if your answer is obligation. And you have to draw an isosceles triangle if your answer is prohibition. So all I need to see as answers are star, crescent moon, heart, or isosceles triangle. No more, no less. Okay? Let's try number 1. Hey look, I can dance like Jungkook of BTS. Hey look, I can dance like Jungkook of BTS. Now if you see there, the underlined word is actually a model. Now based from how you read it or analyze it, how do you think was that model used in the sentence? For ability, to show permission, to show obligation, or prohibition? What's the answer? Very good. The answer is star for ability. That model is used to show ability. Nice. How about the second one? May I borrow your Blackpink and Twice light sticks, please? May I borrow your Blackpink and Twice light sticks, please? The underlined word is actually a model. Now, how was that model used in the sentence? The answer is perfect. The correct answer is a crescent moon, which means permission. That's nice. That model is used to show permission or to ask permission. How about the third one? You must spend more time reading your notes rather than playing Mobile Legends. You must spend more time reading your notes rather than playing Mobile Legends. What is the correct answer? How was that model used in the sentence? The correct answer is very good. It's a heart for obligation. It shows an obligation. Okay, you are getting hang of it. How about the fourth one? My mother said I must not go out of the house to play basketball because it is not safe. My mother said I must not go outside of the house to play basketball because it is not safe. The underlined words there is a model. How was that used in the sentence? The correct answer is very good, an isosceles triangle, which means prohibition. How about the last one? Hey Anna, can you lend me some of your lectures of our English subjects? Hey Anna, can you lend me some of your lectures of our English subjects? How was the word can used in the sentence? The correct answer is, of course, very good. I think it's easy for you. It's a crescent moon for permission. It was actually asking for permission. Thank you very much, guys, for answering those with me. Did you get all of those numbers correctly? Perfect. See, it is easy to identify if a model is used to express ability, permission, obligation, and prohibition. It's just an easy job. But there are actually more models that we may use in certain situations. For us to better understand them, let me show and differentiate the models that we use for ability, for permission, for obligation, and for prohibition. Let's start with models that express ability. We have can or could. We use can or could to say that someone is capable of doing something. For example, Mary can draw a beautiful house. Meaning to say Mary has the ability or the capability of drawing a beautiful house. Second one, John could draw a beautiful house before. It's still used to show ability or capability of drawing houses. Both sentences have models to express ability. Both Mary and John have the ability or capability of drawing beautiful houses. However, listen to me carefully. Can and could are different from one another. Remember, can is used to express an ability in the present or at the moment, while could is used to express an ability that a person used to have in the past, but not anymore today or in the present or at the moment. So those are the differences between the two models expressing ability. Let me give you examples. Number one, Sherwin can dance. It used the model can because it shows that Sherwin has the ability to dance at the present or at the moment. Okay? The second one is Michael could dance before his accident. It shows that Michael used to have the ability to dance before, but not now. Why? Because of his accident. Okay? So I think you now have the clearer perspective of the difference between the two. But both models are still used to express ability, but they are still different from one another. Next, we also have models that are used to ask permission. We have can, could, and may. Now remember, we use can, could, and may to ask a consent or authorization from a person, to ask permission from a person. Some examples are, can I get a glass of water, please? Could I get a glass of water, please? May I get or may I have a glass of water, please? See, they are almost the same, but I have used different models, but they are all used to ask permission. But what do you think are the differences? Let me make things clear for everyone. Remember, you use can if you are only talking to a friend, if you are asking permission from a friend to whom you are casually talking to. Okay? Can I get your number, please? See, it's just casual, but you're asking permission, so you use can. You use could, on the other hand, if you want to sound more polite. Just like when you are asking for permission from someone you know, but is older than you or higher than you in position. As a student, you use could if you are asking permission from your teacher. Teacher, could I ask a question, please? See, it's more polite, right? Compared to can. But the politest among them all is may. May is the politest model that you can use if you ask permission from a stranger, from someone you do not know, and someone very, very, very respected. For example, you had the chance to go to Malacanang and you had the chance to ask permission from the president. You should never use can or could, but you should use may. Mr. President, may I ask a question, please? Right. So those are the three models used to ask permission. Let me give you some examples. Number one, can you lend me your lecture in English, please? See, you use can to ask permission from just a friend, a casual friend. Second, hello teacher, could I ask for any copies of our discussion last week? You are still asking permission, but from someone who is more superior than you or older than you. Okay, you are asking more politely. Now, of course, the most polite among them all. Good morning, principal. May I ask for an assistance for my upcoming competition, please? So you used may because you would want to sound most politely. Okay, so those are the three models used to ask permission. Remember, all of these three are used to ask permission, but they are different in terms of depending on the person to whom you are asking permission from. So you have to be careful. Okay, next, we also have models used to express obligation. We have has to for singular and have to for plural and must. We use these two models to express commitment on a duty. For example, according to the school rules, I have to attend my online class at 8 in the morning. Number two, I must take a bath now. Okay, it express both of these express obligation. But what do you think is their difference? These two models are used, let me show you again. These two models are used to express obligation. However, they are different in situations depending on who set the obligation. Remember, they are different depending on who said or who set the obligation. If the obligation was said by or was set by an authority or a law or a rule, you have to use has to or have to. But if the obligation is set by the speaker himself or herself without any relation to any laws, you have to use must. Let me give you some examples. Okay, number one, I have to submit my tasks so that I can be graded by my teacher. See, the obligation is set by the school rules. So the speaker has to use have to because the obligation was set by an authority, a rule, or a law. Okay? Let me show you the second one. I must use Naruto notebook because I love it. There is an obligation there, right? But it is set by the speaker himself, and there is no such rule in the Philippines that says that we all should use must or Naruto notebook. But it was only set by the speaker. So you have to use must only. So if the obligation was set by a law, you have to use have to. But if it was set by just a speaker without any relation to any law, you have to use must. Let me give you an example. Okay, these two are very good examples actually. Okay, let me give you another example. For example, in your school, your teacher said, you have to listen to me carefully so that you would learn a lot. It's not a law, it's not a rule, but it's something that should be set inside the classroom. It's a great obligation. But when you say you must wear leather shoes when you come inside of the school for you to look nicely, but some people would just wear something else in alternation to leather shoes if they don't have any. Okay, it was just set by yourself or by a person, but it's not even related to any law. Okay, so those are good examples. And of course, lastly, we have models used to express prohibition. Okay, prohibition or disallowing something to happen. We have can't or cannot, and mustn't or must not. We use this to disallow or prohibit someone from doing something. Let me give you examples. You can't go out during the community quarantine without wearing face mask or face shield. The second, Mom said you mustn't eat the fruits in the refrigerator. Now, these two sentences use can't and mustn't to express prohibition. However, these two sentences are different situations. They show different situations depending on who set the prohibition or who is the person prohibiting you from doing something. Remember, if the prohibition was set by an authority, you use can't. But if the prohibition is set by the speaker himself or herself, which may not be related to any law, you use mustn't. Again, if the prohibition was set by the law, you use can't. But if the prohibition was used or was set by a speaker, you use mustn't or must not. Let me give you an example. A very good example now, it's very timely. It is liquor ban, so you can't buy, that's buy actually, buy alcoholic beverages. So the prohibition was set by the rule or the law. So you have to use can't. How about the second one? You must not wear pink face mask because it is very feminine. The prohibition is set by the speaker himself, and there is no law dictating the male people to use blue or black or whatever color of the face mask. There is no such law saying that. But still, if someone is prohibiting you to do that, just like a person, so you have to use must not or mustn't. So those are the different models that we use to express ability, permission, obligation, and prohibition. Remember, models are very, very important. So you must know when and how to use them. Okay, sink everything in. Sink everything in. Now, let me check how well you have understood the differences among the models we have discussed by answering Learning Task 2. Fill the correct models in the blanks. So you can find this on page 2 of your activity sheets. Let's try to answer some items. Here is the direction. On the given sentences, fill in the blanks with the correct model which are listed and categorized under ability, There you can see their permission, you can also see their obligation and prohibition. Now you have to choose the correct models that are suited to the situation. Let's answer number 1. Right there. Number 1. Blank, you give me your notes. Blank, you give me your notes. Talking to your best friend. What do you think is the best model that you have to fill in the blank to complete the sentence and to be a nice sentence? A good and perfect sentence. What do you think is the correct answer? The correct answer is? Very good. It's can. Why can? First and foremost, you are asking permission. And you ask can because you are only talking to your best friend. Someone who you can talk to casually. Nice. How about number 6? It is always said that we blank kill other people. It is always said that we blank kill other people. That's according to the law. What do you think is the best model that we can fill in the blank? The correct answer is? Very good. It's can't. It's prohibiting you to kill other people. Okay, it's for prohibition. But the reason why we use can't is because it's according to the law, right? But if it's not according to the law, you used? Very good. Mustn't or must not. I think you are getting hang of it. It's easy for you. So please answer the remaining items and we'll check them during our online kamustahan next week. Now, let's upskill our minds by answering learning task number 3. Encircle and identify the models. Now, you can find this learning task on page 3 of your activity sheets, and this is the direction. You will see there lines from famous songs which contain models. Now, all you have to do is to encircle the model in each line and then write A if the encircled model expresses ability. Write P if it expresses permission. Write O if it expresses obligation. And write R if it expresses prohibition. Now you only need to write the letter A, P, O, or R on the spaces provided before each number. Let's answer the first one. It's just actually an example. This is just an example. Okay. If you know this song, I Believe I Can Fly, so that's the song. Now, all you have to do, you have 2 tasks. First and foremost, locate the model. You have to encircle the model. I believe I can fly. Where is the model? Encircle it. Very good. Can. Now, what is that model used for? What is the answer? Very good. It's used to express ability. It is used to express ability, so the correct answer is A. Okay? So I think it's just a piece of cake for you. Just remember, you only have 2 tasks: encircle and then identify. Encircle and then identify. No more and no less. So please answer the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we will be checking on them next meeting. Okay. I commend everyone for answering our activities that well. So to add more spice, please answer post-listening activity, task number 4, learning task number 4, which is entitled Write a Dialogue with Models. Now, under there, you will be seeing infographic materials like that one from World Health Organization. And you will be seeing dialogues. Now, all you have to do is to create dialogues, okay? By the usage of models. Okay, today's session was fun. Today's discussion gives us one important life lesson. It is to make sure that we use the correct words in every single time, because sometimes words can be so harsh. I hope you understand today's lesson. Always remember to enjoy while learning. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Sir Luigi S. Carmen, and I wish everyone to have a beautiful day. See you soon. Be safe always. God bless us all, and goodbye, everyone.
Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin natin manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Izrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
I'm back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Magandang araw sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig at taga-subaybay. Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga minamahal kong mag-aaral? Ako'y nagagalak at ang inyong pagnanasang matuto ay hindi nahadlangan kailanman ng pandemya na ating kinakaharap. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan sa ikasyam na baitang, Binibining Ana Felicito Makin, broadcasting live mula dito sa Guevara, La Paz, Tarlac. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa araw na ito. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilang mga paalala. Tiyakin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar at maayos na napapakinggan at napapanood ang ating broadcast. Hinihikayat ko ang bawat isa na ituon lamang ang inyong atensyon sa ating talakayan. Buhayin ang ating diwa, talasan ang ating pakinig at paningin upang pakinabangan natin ang aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa unang markahan na may paksang kahulugan at kahalagahan ng economics. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking bibigyang diin. Ang ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito ay ang kahalagahan ng economics. Sa pagtatapos ng aralin, ay inaasahan na matataya natin ang kahalagahan ng economics sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay ng bawat pamilya at ng lipunan. Bago natin simulan ang ating paksa, ay sariwain muna natin ang ating nakaraang aralin. Natatandaan niyo pa ba? Ihanda ang inyong mga panulat at sagutang papel para dito. Bilang balik-aral, ay sasagutin ninyo ang mga sumusunod na mga katanungan sa pamamagitan ng pagsulat ng salitang tama kung ang pangungusap ay nagsasaad ng katotohanan at mali kung ito naman ay hindi nagsasaad ng katotohanan. Para sa unang katanungan, ang economics bilang agham panlipunan ay nakatuon sa pag-aaral ng kilos ng tao sa lipunan, kaugnay sa pagtatamo ng isang tiyak na layunin. Ang economics bilang agham panlipunan ay nakatuon sa pag-aaral ng kilos ng tao sa lipunan, kaugnay sa pagtatamo ng isang tiyak na layunin. Ang tamang sagot ay tama! Mahusay! Tumungo tayo sa ikalawang bilang. Ang kakapusan ay ang pangunahing suliraning panlipunan na binibigyang tuon sa pag-aaral ng economics. Ang kakapusan ay ang pangunahing suliraning panlipunan na binibigyang tuon sa pag-aaral ng economics. Ang tamang sagot ay tama! Sa ikatlong bilang, mayroong sapat at walang limitasyon ang ating pinagkukunang yaman. Mayroong sapat at walang limitasyon ang ating pinagkukunang yaman. Ang sagot? Mali! Sa ikaapat na bilang, limitado at may hangganan ang pangangailangan at kagustuhan ng tao. Limitado at may hangganan ang pangangailangan at kagustuhan ng tao. At ang tamang sagot ay mali. Sa ikalima, ang alokasyon ay ang pamamaraan ng tamang pamamahagi at paggamit ng limitadong pinagkukunang yaman at itinuturing na solusyon sa suliranin ng kakapusan. Ang alokasyon ay ang pamamaraan ng tamang pamamahagi at paggamit ng limitadong pinagkukunang yaman at itinuturing na solusyon sa suliranin ng kakapusan. Ang sagot? Tama! Magaling mga minamahal kong mag-aaral. Tama ang inyong mga naging sagot. Kaya sa ating palagay ay handa na kayo sa ating susunod na talakayan. Kaya naman, buksan ang ating mga pandama sa isa na namang makabuluhan at makasaysayang pag-aaral sa ikasyam na baitang ng Araling Panlipunan. Simulan na natin! Bilang panimula sa ating paksa, nais kong tingnan ninyo at suriin ang talahan na yan. Lalagyan ninyo ng check ang sa inyong palagay ay kailangan ninyo sa inyong sarili. Pagkatapos ay pagsunod-sunurin o iranggo ang mga ito sa pamamagitan ng paglalagay ng bilang 1 o number 1 para sa pinakamahalaga hanggang sa pinakamataas na bilang. Kayo ay bibigyan ng 1 minuto upang sagutin ang gawain. Simulan mo na! Mahusay! Ngayon naman ay suriin ninyo ang mga sumusunod na katanungan at sagutin batay sa inyong mga naging tugon mula sa una ninyong gawain. Para sa unang tanong, ano-ano ang iyong mga nilagyan ng check sa talahan na yan? Ibigay ang pagkakasunod-sunod o ranggo ng mga ito. Ano-ano ang iyong mga nilagyan ng check sa talahan na yan? Ibigay ang pagkakasunod-sunod o ranggo ng mga ito. Para sa ikalawang katanungan, ano ang iyong naging batayan sa pagpili ng iyong mga kasagutan? Ano ang iyong naging batayan sa pagpili ng iyong mga kasagutan? Para sa ikatlong bilang, sa iyong palagay, tama ba ang iyong mga naging pagpapasya sa pagpili ng sagot? Pangatwiranan, sa iyong palagay, tama ba ang iyong mga naging pagpapasya sa pagpili ng sagot? Pangatwiranan, magaling! Salamat sa inyong mga kasagutan sapagkat kayo ay nakapamili at nakagawa ng inyong mga pagpapasya batay sa inyong mga pangangailangan. Araw-araw, ang tao ay nahaharap sa iba't ibang mga sitwasyon na nangangailangan ng pagpapasya. Pagmulat pa lamang ng ating mga mata sa umaga, ay nagsasagawa na tayo ng pagpapasya. Tatayo na ba ako mula sa pagkakahiga? O ipagpapatuloy ko ang aking pagtulog? Maliligo ba ako? O maghihilamos na lamang? Babasahin ko na ba ang aking mga modules? O tutulong muna ako sa mga gawain sa tahanan kay nanay at kay tatay? May mga gawain sa inyong modules na hindi mo maunawaan. Ano ang iyong gagawin? Ang lahat sa ating mga buhay ay nangangailangan ng pagpapasya. At anuman ang ating mga pagpapasya, lahat ng mga ito ay nakabatay sa iba't ibang mga dahilan o mga bagay na ating isinasaalang-alang. Dito, papasok ang kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng economics. Dahil sa ang economics ay tungkol sa mabuting pamamahala upang mapaunlad ang bawat pamilya sa isang bansa. Malaki ang maitutulong nito sa kinabukasan ng mga kabataan at mga mag-aaral na gaya mo. Kung lubusan mong mauunawaan ang mga konsepto at prinsipyong nakapaloob sa agham na ito, matututo kang maging mapanuri at mapagtanong sa mga nangyayari sa ating ekonomiya. Mahuhunog ng pag-unawa ng economics ang mga gawi, asal, at pamamaraang makatutulong sa mga kabataang katulad mo sa pagdedesisyon at paghahanap buhay sa kinabukasan. Bagamat ang pagdedesisyon at ang paghahanap buhay sa ngayon ay ginagampanan ng inyong mga magulang, ang kanilang desisyon at pagkilos ay batay rin sa mga pangangailangan at kagustuhan ng kanilang mga anak. Hindi natin maihihiwalay ang kabataang gaya mo sa istruktura ng ekonomiya. Sa maliit na paraan, ikaw ay gumagamit din ng salapi o pera. Namimili, pumipili ng alternatibo, gumagamit ng mga pinagkukunang yaman, tumutulong sa paghahanap buhay, paggasta, at pagtitipid sa inyong tahanan. Upang mas madali ninyong maunawaan kung gaano kahalaga ang pag-aaral ng economics sa ating mga buhay bilang mga mamamayan, tatalakayin natin ito sa pamamagitan ng paghahati at pagkilala sa economics sa dalawang sangay nito, ang macroeconomics at microeconomics. Handa na ba kayo? Kung gayon, para na! Ang economics ay nahahati sa dalawang mahalagang sangay, ang macroeconomics at microeconomics. Unahin natin sa mas malawak. Mula sa salitang Griego na macro, na nangangahulugang malaki. Ang macroeconomics ay isang sangay ng economics na tumutukoy sa galaw ng kabuuang ekonomiya at mga kaugnay na pangkalahatang gawain, pag-uugaling pang-ekonomiko ng sambahayan at pag-aaral ng panlipunang pagpapasya. Ang microeconomics naman, nahango sa salitang Griego na micro, na nangangahulugang maliit, ang siyang mas maliit na sangay na siyang tumutukoy sa galaw ng maliit na bahagi o unit ng kabuhayan at may kaugnayan sa pag-aaral ng individual na pagpili. Ilan sa mga halimbawa ay ang pag-aaral ng presyo ng bilihin sa pamilihan, galaw ng supply at demand, maging sa pagnenegosyo. Upang mas madaling maunawaan ang pagkakaiba ng dalawa, ang macro at microeconomics ay parehong sangay ng pag-aaral ng economics. Ang pagkakaiba ng mga ito ay makikita sa kanilang saklaw na siyang tinututukan o pinag-aaralan sa galaw ng ekonomiya. Ngayon naman, tunghayan natin ang mga kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng economics sa bawat sangay nito. Sa sangay ng macroeconomics, papasok ang pampolitikal at panlipunang kahalagahan. Sa ilalim ng pampolitikal na kahalagahan, nauunawaan ng mga pinuno ang sosyal at ekonomikal na suliraning kinakaharap ng ating bansa. Nabibigyan solusyon ang kawalan ng hanap buhay, inflasyon, sobrang dami ng produksyon, kulang na produksyon, pagpapatupad ng mga taripa, problema sa monopolyo, gayon din ang pangungulekta ng buwis sa mga mamamayan upang matugunan ang mga gastusin ng ating pamahalaan. Sa ilalim naman ng panlipunang kahalagahan, ang pag-aaral ng economics ay nagiging daan upang maunawaan natin ang mga pangyayari na naganap at nagaganap sa ating kapaligiran. At ito'y nakaiimpluwensya sa ating mga pamumuhay, gayon din sa takbo ng ating bansa. Isang halimbawa nito ay ang paglahok sa mga programa na maaaring makatulong sa paglutas ng mga isyung pangkapaligiran na sasagip sa patuloy na pagkaubos ng mga likas na kailangan. Kung wala tayong sapat na kaalaman at kakayahan sa pamamahala ng ekonomiya, ang ating bansa ay di makararanas ng pagsulong at pag-unlad. Kaya't kung tutuusin, mula sa pagdilat ng iyong mata sa umaga at hanggang sa muli mong pagtulog sa gabi, kaagapay mo ang economics sa pagtahak sa landas ng pagsulong at pag-unlad. Sang-ayon ka ba? Ngayong batid na natin ang dalawang sangay ng economics at ang mga kahalagahan ng pag-aaral nito sa ilalim ng mas malaking sangay, susubukan nating sagutin ang sumusunod na mga katanungan. Para sa unang tanong, saan nagkaiba ang macroeconomics at microeconomics? Ulitin ko ang tanong. Saan nagkaiba ang macroeconomics at microeconomics? Sa ikalawang katanungan, magbigay ng kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng economics sa ilalim ng macroeconomics sa kalagayan ng ating bansa. Uulitin ko, magbigay ng kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng economics sa ilalim ng macroeconomics sa kalagayan ng ating bansa. Mayroon kayong 20 segundo para sagutan ito. Kung ang Isinagot ninyo sa unang katanungan ay saklaw? Magaling! Tama ang inyong naging sagot. Tulad ng ating tinalakay kanina, ang macroeconomics at microeconomics ay nagkakaiba lang sa kanilang mga saklaw o sakop ng pag-aaral. Parehas na sangay na may magkaibang saklaw ng pag-aaral. At kung pampolitikal at panlipunan naman ang inyong itinugon sa ikalawang tanong, tama ulit sapagkat maaaring makita sa politikal at panlipunang aspeto ang kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng economics. At dito nagtatapos ang ating pagtalakay sa mga sangay at kahalagahan ng macroeconomics. Ngayon naman ay dadako tayo sa ating maikling pagsusulit. Dito ay ating susukatin ang antas ng inyong pagkatuto batay sa ating tinalakay. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Para sa inyong maikling pagsusulit, basahin, unawain at suriin ang bawat pangungusap. Iguhit ang masayang mukha o smiley face kung ang pangungusap ay nagpapahayag ng wastong konsepto, at malungkot na mukha naman or sad face kung ito ay nagpapahayag ng di wastong konsepto. Isulat ang inyong sagot sa sagutang papel. Para sa unang bilang, ang economics ay may dalawang sangay ng pag-aaral, ang macroeconomics at microeconomics. Inuulit ko, ang economics ay may dalawang sangay ng pag-aaral, ang macroeconomics at microeconomics. Ikalawang bilang, sa macroeconomics, ang saklaw ng pag-aaral ay ang galaw ng kabuuang ekonomiya ng ating bansa. Sa macroeconomics, ang saklaw ng pag-aaral ay ang galaw ng kabuuang ekonomiya ng bansa. Para sa ikatlong katanungan, itinatampok sa pag-aaral ng microeconomics ang galaw ng maliit na bahagi o unit ng kabuhayan. Sa ikaapat, isa sa mga kahalagahan ng pag-aaral ng economics ay ang politikal na kahalagahan nito tulad ng pagtugon at paglutas sa mga isyong pangkapaligiran na sasagip sa patuloy na pagkaubos ng mga likas na yaman. At sa ikalimang katanungan, ang pag-aaral ng economics ay walang direktang kahalagahan sa lipunan sapagkat wala naman tayong magagawa sa kasalukuyang estado ng ating bansa. Ngayon ay atin nang iwawasto ang inyong mga kasagutan. Para sa unang tanong, ito ay masayang mukha. Tama ba ang iyong naging sagot? Sa ikalawa, masayang mukha. Sa ikatlong katanungan, masayang mukha. Sa ikaapat, malungkot na mukha. At sa ikalima, malungkot na mukha. Mahusay mga grade 9 learners. Binabati ko kayo sapagkat lahat kayo ay nakakuha ng perpektong marka sa ating isinagawang pagsusulit. Sa ating susunod na talakayan, sa araw ng Huwebes, ay ipagpapatuloy natin ang karugtong na bahagi ng ating aralin. Ito ay ang mga kahalagahan ng economics sa ilalim ng pag-aaral ng microeconomics. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan sa ikasyam na baitang. Binibining Ana Feliz Tito Makin, broadcasting live mula dito sa Guevara, La Paz, Tarlac, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyon Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Live here at Moncada Tarlac via remote live broadcast. I am Teacher Rhea P. Respecio, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care, Nail Care, Grade 9.
I am so happy that you are tuned in with your new favorite school on the air through radio and television. I hope that you are doing well. And to our dear parents and guardians, we would like to thank you for your unwavering support to your children. Now, dear students, are you ready to enjoy and learn something new? Today, we will focus our discussion on beauty care, nail care services. Our topic is about nail diseases and disorders. Don't forget to prepare your module, learning activity sheets, ball pen, and paper. Let us start by reviewing your past lesson. Last time, we discussed about nail structures. Do you still remember the different structures of the nail? If yes, let's have an icebreaker as part of our review. Try to identify the structure of the nail by the images to be flashed on your screen. You may type your answer on our comment section. Okay, let's start with the first one. The two images will reveal one of the structures. I'll give you 5 seconds to answer. Okay, let's try to identify. The first image is nail, while the second is bed. If your answer is nail bed, you're correct. Next one. We have here nail and wall. If you answered nail wall, very good. Another structure is we have here the word cute, and the image is tickle. Cute plus tickle is cuticle. If you type cuticle, you're probably correct. Next structure. We have here the word free and an image of an edge. Okay, if your answer is free edge, very good. And the last one. The first image is nail and the second is root. If you answered nail root, you're awesome. I hope you enjoyed our icebreaker and review for today. Let's now proceed with our discussion. At the end of our discussion, you will be able to define nail diseases and disorder, identify the different nail diseases and disorders, value the importance of checking clients' nail condition. And now, prepare yourself for a new lesson. Let's begin. There are factors that can influence the growth of nails, such as nutrition, general health, and disease. A nail grows forward, starting at the matrix and extending over the tip of the finger. Like hair, nails grow faster in warm weather. Adults' nail growth is about 1/8 inch per month, whereas the nails of the children grow faster than those of the elderly. Toenails grow slowly, but they are thicker and harder than nails. Diseases may be considered contagious or non-contagious. A disease becomes contagious or communicable when it spreads from one person to another by direct or indirect contact. Diseases that are not able to spread from person to person is considered as non-contagious. Now, let's talk about nail disorders. When we say nail disorders, these are conditions caused by injury to the nails, diseases, or imbalances in the body. First is bluish nails. Appear blue in color, which reveals that body is not getting enough oxygen. This also indicates infection in the lungs, such as pneumonia. Some heart problems can also be associated with bluish nails. It is recommended to see a physician, but can also be given manicure with care and light pressure. Second is bruised nail. The result of trauma to the nail plate. This causes injury to nail. Blood becomes trapped under the nail. There is also discoloration under the nail. This can be treated by not applying pressure on the nail plate. Third, corrugations. It is a wavy ridges caused by uneven growth of the nails, usually the result of illness or injury. It is recommended to buff the nails carefully to help remove or minimize the ridges. Fourth is hangnails. These are split cuticles where loose skin separates from the cuticle. This is caused by dry cuticle and environmental. This may be trimmed with cuticle nippers. Moisturize and apply cuticle oil. Fifth, spoon nails. Nails with a concave shape usually caused through iron deficiency anemia. These nails show raised ridges and are thin and concave. It is recommended to file nails carefully with no pressure and use nail polish to harden and protect nail. Six is pleochonychia, a condition in which white spots appear on the nails, but do not indicate disease. As the nails grow, these white spots eventually disappear. The white spots on the fingernail will gradually diminish if you start taking zinc in daily food. Limit the usage of nail enamels and polish to certain occasions. 7. Split or brittle nails caused by injury to the finger. Improper filing or exposure to harsh chemicals. Dry brittle nails have revealed thyroid disease. It is recommended to soften the nails before trimming. Use daily moisturizers or have oil manicures. 8 is onychosis, an overgrowth of the nail, usually in thickness rather than length, caused by a local infection and can also be hereditary. This condition may be given nail services if infection is not present. File the nails smooth and buff with pumice powder. 9. Onychotrophia, an atrophy or wasting away of the nail plate, which causes it to lose its luster, becomes smaller, and sometimes shed entirely. Injury or disease may account for this irregularity. File the nail smooth with the fine side of the emery board. Protect your hands from overexposure to water, detergents, and other chemicals. 10 is bitten nails. It is caused by nervous habit and stress related. It is a sign of persistent anxiety that could benefit from treatment. This has also been linked to obsessive compulsive disorder or OCD. The signs are sensitive to touch. Nail plate may appear flat and deformed. It is recommended that the client receives frequent manicure. Do not bite your nails. Now, let's move on to the different types of nail diseases. When we say nail diseases, these are problems of nails from fungal and bacterial infections that causes nail abnormalities. First is onychia, an inflammation of the nail matrix accompanied by pus formation. By properly sanitized nail implements and bacterial infections. Always keep the nails clean and use properly sanitized implements. Second is ingrown nails. In this condition, the nail grows into the sides of the flesh and may cause infection. Improper trimming and shaping of nails are often responsible for ingrown nails. It is recommended to cut the nails properly and wear comfortable shoes that fit perfectly. Shoes with a wide toe area and ones that don't press your toes. Third is onychogryposis, a condition in which the nail curvature is increased and enlarged. The nail becomes thicker and curves, sometimes extending over the tip of the finger or toe. This condition results in inflammation and pain if the nail grows into the skin. Apply a moisturizing cream on the nails every time you wash your hands or feet. Nails should always be trimmed and avoid tight-fitting footwear. Fourth is onycholysis, a loosening of the nail caused by internal disorder, infection, or drug treatment. It is recommended to keep the nails short and avoid nail polish. Use a cream after washing or bathing. Try to avoid irritants such as nail polish remover, enamel, solvents, and cleaning agents. Fifth is onychomycosis, also known as ringworm of the nails. It is an infectious disease caused by a fungus which commonly appears in whitish patches that can be scraped off from the surface. To prevent getting a nail fungal infection, it is advisable to keep the nails dry and clean. Use an antifungal foot spray or powder. Avoid cutting the skin around the nails, since this may be an entry point for infection. Sixth is onychoptosis, a shedding of one or more nails, either in whole or in part. It can occur during or after certain diseases of the body, such as syphilis, as a result of fever and system upsets, as a reaction to prescription drugs, or as a result of trauma. Always wear properly fitted footwear that offer your toes lots of space and dry nails thoroughly. And last is paronychia, an inflammation of the skin around the nail caused by bacteria. The symptoms are redness, swelling, and tenderness of the tissue surrounding the nail. To prevent paronychia, always keep your hands and feet dry and clean. Wear rubber gloves with an absorbent cotton lining. If your hands are exposed routinely to water or harsh chemicals, avoid cutting your cuticles or pushing them back. It is easy, fun learning nail care, isn't it? Now, get a sheet of paper to measure your understanding on the topic we discussed. Our quiz is a multiple choice. Select the letter with the correct answer. I will read the question twice, so listen very carefully. Number 1. It is a result of trauma to the nail plate. It is a result of trauma to the nail plate. A. Bluish nail. Letter B. Bruised nail. Letter C. Ingrown nails. Letter D, split nails. Number 2. In this condition, the nail grows into the sides of the flesh and may cause infection. In this condition, the nail grows into the sides of the flesh and may cause infection. Letter A, onychosis. Letter B, hangnails. Letter C, ingrown nails. And letter D, beaten nails. Number 3. An inflammation of the nail matrix accompanied by pus formation. An inflammation of the nail matrix accompanied by pus formation. Letter A, onychia. Letter B, onychosis. Letter C, spoon nails. And letter D, brittle nails. Number 4. It is a loose skin separated from the cuticle. It is a loose skin separated from the cuticle. Letter A, hangnails. Letter B, beaten nails. Letter C, bruised nails. And letter D, split nails. Number 5. It is caused by nervous habit and stress related. It is caused by nervous habit and stress related. Letter A, hangnails. Letter B, beaten nails. Letter C, bruised nails. And letter D, split nails. I'll give you a few seconds to answer. And yes, we are now ready to check your answers. Here are the correct answers. For number 1, we have letter B, bruised nails. For number 2, it is letter C, ingrown nails. Number 3, letter A, onychia. Number 4, letter A, hangnails. And for number 5, it is letter B, beaten nails. Okay, count your scores. For those who got the perfect score, job well done. And for those who didn't get the perfect score, don't worry. At least you tried your best. Alright, that ends our session for this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed our on-air live discussion. It has been a great afternoon serving you all. I am Teacher Rhea Respecio of San Pedro National High School, Grade 9 TLE Angkor, teacher for today. Saying, in TLE, we have skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZT Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ella M. Tingol, aiming and happy to give you an interactive learning experience in Music 9. Are you excited for today's lesson? Well, I'm excited too. We, your Music 9 teachers, have prepared more interesting and more musical lesson for the first quarter. I am sure you're all eager to listen to another musical learning. Some gentle reminders to our grade 9 learners and their learning partners at home. We want our discussion to be interactive, so please use our platforms RTV Channel 26 Facebook page, MAPE9 Aral TarlakHenyo page, your respective subject GCs, and comment your questions and answers to our activities. Or just share your ideas about our lesson. Let's get started. All eyes and ears to our discussion, dear grade 9 learners, as we go over our lesson on the air. Are you ready? Very good. Let me give you some tips for today. First, find a comfortable and quiet place to sit while attending to our session, away from noise and distraction. Number two, listen attentively and be participative during the discussion. And number three, get your learning materials or your CLP, compendium of notes, learning activity sheet, and pen. Now that you have your learning materials with you, let's get started. Let us look back on the lessons that we've had last week. Last week's topic in music took on the music of the medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. We also discussed the elements of music used in the medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. We have also discussed the lives and works of the notable musical composers in this period and their contributions to this form of art. Listen to the statement I will read. Write M if the description given is about medieval period, R if it is about Renaissance period, and B if it is about Baroque period. Write your answers in a clean sheet of paper, or you can comment down your answers on our FB Live. Ready? Number 1. Some of the notable composers during this period were Palestrina and Morley. What is your answer? If your answer is letter R, Renaissance period, you were correct. Number 2. The music in this period is written only by the monks for the church. That is why only few composers were recognized. What is your answer? The correct answer is M for medieval period. Number 3. This period is from 1600 to 1750s, where it features the work of Vivaldi, Bach, and Niccolò Paganini. What is your answer? You were correct. Letter B, Baroque period. What is your score for this activity? Did you get all 3 correct answers? Very good. You have a good understanding of our lesson last session. I can sense that you're interested to learn for today's session. Remember, your learning task for today is at the end of the lesson, you should be able to determine the difference of the musical improvisation and performance accompaniment of the medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. Number 2, distinguish the sound produced of the different musical instruments used during the medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. This session will let you know how musical improvisation sounds like, its unique differences, and the appropriate accompaniment to selected music from medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. But first, let us have our pre-test to assess what you already know about our lesson. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 2, read and answer carefully the following questions. Write only the letter of the correct answer on your clean paper or in our FB Live comment section. You have 10 seconds for each item. Are you ready? Start answering. Next, number 2. For item number 3, okay, your time is up. Let's check and see your scores for this activity. Number 1 is letter C, musical improvisation. Number 2 is letter B, Renaissance period. And number 3 is letter B, Baroque period. What is your score in our pre-assessment activity? Did you get all 3 correct answers? If yes, very good. You are at an advantage for our new lesson. If you have wrong answers, do not worry because all your questions for this lesson will be answered. We will begin our discussion with a simple video on how improvisation sounds like. What can you say about the video? It was an amazing performance, right? On how Professor Levi Celerio, the Filipino national artist, showed improvisation. Now, let's define first what is improvisation. Musical improvisation is the creative activity of immediate musical composition which combines performance with communication of emotions and instrumental techniques. And it is also defined as a creative invention fusion or advancement in music that plays an important role during the Western classical time. Another definition is that it is a performance given extempore. When we say extempore, it means without planning or preparation. And it is to play or sing extemporaneously by inventing variations on a melody or creating new melodies, rhythms, and harmonies. Let's now have the medieval period. It is a period wherein melodic improvisation was an important factor in European music. The first detailed information on improvisation techniques appears in 9th century. This method instructs singers on how to add another melody to a pre-existent liturgical chant called organum. Throughout the Middle Ages and Renaissance, improvise over a cantus firmus constituted a part of every musician's education and is regarded as the most important kind of unwritten music before Baroque period. When we say cantus firmus, it is a practice found both in church music and in popular dance music. In the Middle Ages, mostly the music was written and unaccompanied. Let's now go to the Renaissance period. Following the invention of music printing at the beginning of the 16th century, there is more detailed documentation of improvisational practice in the form of published instruction manuals, mainly in Italy. Singers and instrumentalists improvised melodies over ostinato chord patterns, made elaborate embellishments of melodic lines, and invented music extemporaneously without any predetermined schemata. Keyboard players likewise perform extempore, freely formed pieces. When we say ostinato, it means it is a repeated pattern or phrase. Let's check how much you are learning. Let's have a quick quiz on what we have been discussing. In your learning activity sheet, activity 3, choose from the box all the words that describe to medieval music. Write only the letter for each word. I will give you 40 seconds to answer this activity. time is up. Let's check your answers. If you answered letter B, Cantus Firmus, letter D, 9th century, letter E, Organum, and letter F, unaccompanied, those are the words that describe medieval music. Did you get all words related to medieval music? Good job! You are keenly listening to our discussion. Let's continue with Baroque music. The kinds of improvisation practiced during the Renaissance, principally either the embellishing of an existing part or the creation of an entirely new part, continued into the early Baroque, though important modifications were introduced. Ornamentation began to be brought more under the control of composers, in some cases by writing out embellishments, and more broadly by introducing symbols or abbreviations for certain ornamental patterns. Performers improvise ornaments and basso, continuous keyboard players improvise chord voicing based on figured bass notation. However, in the 20th and 21st century as common practice, Western art music performance became institutionalized in symphony orchestras, opera houses, and ballets. Improvisation has played a smaller role. At the same time, some contemporary composers from the 20th and 21st centuries have increasingly included improvisation in their creative work. Let's now have the instrument used in medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque music. But first, let us define what are musical instruments. Musical instruments are musical devices created or adopted to make musical sound. In principle, any object that produces sound. In the Middle Ages, mostly the music was vocal and unaccompanied. The church always wanted to remain the music as pure and solemnly, nor it was less distracting. Later on, musical instruments were allowed in the church, such as the bells and organs, for it was mainly used only to observe important days in the liturgical times. Musicians or minstrels who traveled used musical instruments as they perform on street corners or court. Minstrels performed songs and which told stories of distant places or of existing or imaginary historical events. Although minstrels created their own tales, often they would memorize and embellish the works of others. Let's now have the first instrument during the medieval music. The flute. A flute is a tubular wind instrument in general or various specific wind instruments. Here is a sound produced by a flute. It sounds good, right? Our next instrument is the fiddle. It is a bowed string musical instrument, also known as violin. It is the highest pitch string instrument. Here is a sound produced by a violin. What can you say about its sound? It's beautiful, right? Next, for our next instrument used in medieval music is the harp. Harp is a string musical instrument that has a number of individual strings running at the angle to its soundboard. The strings are plucked with fingers. Listen to the sound of a harp for you to be familiar with it. Now, let's proceed to the lute. Lute is another musical instrument used during the medieval music. It is a pear-shaped string instrument with a fretted fingerboard. The strings are attached to pegs or paws at the end of the neck, which have some type of turning mechanism to enable the player to tighten the tension on the string or loosen the tension before playing so that each string is tuned to a specific pitch. Here is the sound of a lute. So, here are the musical instruments during the medieval period: the flute, the fiddle, the harp, and the lute. Again, here are the four instruments during the medieval period: the flute, violin, harp, and lute. Let's now have the Renaissance music. During the Renaissance the musical activities shifted from the church to the court. Composers were more often to experimentation. Based on this, more composers used musical instruments in their compositions. For instruments that produce softer and less bright sound were preferred for indoor events, while louder and more brilliant sounding instruments were preferred for outdoor events. Now, try to guess the instrument being played. You can type in your answers on a clean sheet of paper or in our FB Live comment section. Let's start with instrument number 1. Okay, time is up. Cornet is the correct answer. Did you get it right? Let's describe what is cornet. Cornet is a brass instrument similar to the trumpet, but distinguished from it is by its conical bore, more compact shape, and mellower tone quality. Now, let's move to another instrument. Can you guess was it? Time's up! The correct answer is Jew's harp, or also called as the gimbard. It is consisting of a tin wood or metal fixed at one end to the base of two-pronged frame. Let's move to Baroque music. Baroque instrumental music was often composed for the organ or harpsichord. String instruments such as the lute, violin, viola, cello, and double bass. Brass instruments like the trumpet, horn, and sackbut were also used. Occasionally, Baroque composers utilized other unique and lesser-known instruments which have since become obscure. Here is the first instrument in Baroque music: the organ. Organ is an instrument of one or more pipe divisions or other means producing tones, each played with its own keyboard, played either with the hands on a keyboard or with the feet using pedal. Listen to the sound of an organ. Did you know that sound you heard was from the Las Piñas bamboo organ? The bamboo organ of St. Joseph Parish Church in Las Piñas City. It is a national treasure of the Philippines. Originally constructed in the 19th century, the church organ is very unique because its pipes are made almost entirely of bamboo. Next instrument is the harpsichord. Harpsichord is a keyboard instrument in which the strings are plucked. This activates a row of levers that turn a trigger mechanism that locks one or more strings with a small plectrum made from quill or plastic. So, this is the sound of a harpsichord. sum up what we have discussed. We tackled about the musical improvisation and its different definition from medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque music. And we also discussed the performance accompaniment from those three periods. Now, it's time to test your knowledge about our discussion. In your learning activity sheet, activity 4, multiple choice, I will read the question. Choose the correct answer from the given choices. Write your answers in a clean sheet of paper. Are you ready? Let's start with number 1. Which among the following instruments is a brass instrument? A. Cornet, B. Flute, C. Organ. For number 2, minstrels are musicians who traveled and used musical instruments and perform on blank corners or courts. A. Church, B. Stage, C. Street. Again, minstrels are musicians who traveled and used musical instruments and perform on blank corners or courts. A. Church, B. Stage, C. Street. Next, for number 3, this musical instrument is the highest pitch string instrument. A. Guitar, B. Fiddle, C. Harp. For number 4, it is a keyboard instrument in which strings are plucked. A. Organ, B. Harpsichord, C. Cornet. And for our last item, this instrument has one or more pipe divisions or other means for producing tones, each play with its own keyboard. A. Organ, B. Harpsichord, C. Cornet. Let's check your answers. Here are the correct answers. The answer for number 1 is letter A, cornet. For number 2, letter C, street. For number 3, letter B, fiddle. For number 4, letter B, harpsichord. And for number 5, letter A, organ. What is your score for this activity? If you got all 5 correct answers, amazing! If you have wrong answers, you can always read back in your compendium, and your MAPE 9 teachers are more than willing to give you more clarifications. It has been a very musical learning for all of us today. I hope you have learned a lot. Again, this has been Ma'am Ella, your Music 9 anchor teacher, leaving you with the life lessons we have learned from the musical improvisation and performance accompaniment of medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. Through music, you can express the depths of your spirit and soul. Until next time!
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups? Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Ngayong Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-rollout ng mga bakuna sa A4 group. Kabilang sa A4, ang essential frontliners tulad ng mga sumusunod. Mga nagtatrabaho sa pribadong sektor na nasa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, GOCCs at local government units. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga informal na sektor sa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. At mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pribadong tahanan. Kaya kung ikaw ay kabilang sa grupong ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU at sa inyong kumpanya upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program, katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag ring kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa ring sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination!
This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Simple is a learning management software or LMS that offers additional features compared to a traditional LMS. In particular, Simple works even without an internet. We have a separate video to explain how this works on the infrastructure side. In this video, we will only cover all those relating to the learning module and how online with internet mode compares with offline or without internet mode. Upon login, you will see the dashboard. The dashboard shows all the reminders. On the left are the various modules. My Study Mate is the learning module of Simple, while the iTrack is the grading module. In this video presentation, we will show that grades are automatically calculated and written on the grading sheet whenever a submission is made by the student. We will now show My Study Mate, our simple learning module. On select of My Study Mate, we are shown all the subjects of the students. In this sample, we have 8 subjects for this grade 4 student. We now go to Math to show the learning activities for this subject. We click Go to Activities. This page shows all the available learning materials for Math in the My Study Mate module. We see the period of the activity of use when there are several periods loaded in My Study Mate. The type, as in lesson, quiz, project, homework, or exam. Title of the project, when it is supposed to start, and when the activity has to be completed or submitted. Once completed, the X will automatically be changed to a tick mark. We will go now to one of the lesson to show what any online or internet-dependent LMS can provide. We click Open of Lesson 2. This is the sample lesson view when connected to the internet. Simple supports various of learning materials. In this lesson 2, we made use of video, audio, PDF, link to external sites, and link to a video conferencing for learning activities where all students and the teacher need to be in a one session to go through the lesson. Other types are supported like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. All except the external link and the video conference can be supported by Simple offline mode or by the Simple mobile app. We will show later in this video that what we just showed in online with internet mode looks the same as the offline or no internet mode. We go to Sample Quiz. Click Open to view the details. This is the sample of a quiz. At the top right, we see the instruction section for this quiz. Below it, we see the maximum score of this quiz. Because this activity is automatically checked on submit of answer, we immediately see our score. We also see the due dates for submission. If the teachers allow date extension for the submission, accept until will be provided. At the top right are the other rules for this quiz, like who will check and will late submission be allowed. At the bottom part, we see the questions and our answers. We go now to Teacher View, where we can see the student submission and our grade is reflected in the grading sheet. You can see from this dashboard that the teacher sees the same reminders as the student. We will go to My Study Mate view to view the student submission. For purposes of this video presentation, we assume that the teacher is teaching all the 8 subjects for this grade 4 section Gomamela. Unlike the student, the teacher has 3 options available for each subject. 1. Go to activities to create or edit activities. 2. Go to submission to check on what were submitted by the students. And 3. Go to class questions to answer questions of students through the simple chat or messaging services. For this video presentation, we will go to submission. This is the page where the teacher will see all the submission for the selected subject. The teacher will be able to choose specific student by typing the student name. The teacher can also choose to see only the quizzes. From this view, we see the name of the student, the period where each activity belongs, the type for each activity, the activity number, the title of the activity, how many times the activity has been submitted, when it was submitted, and when it is due, and the grade or the score of the student. Let us view the student submission of our sample student. At the top section, we see the grade of the student. After that, the date and time when the activity was submitted, the date and time when the activity was checked, especially when it was not an automated checking, and the status of the activity. At the top right corner is the comment. This allows the teacher to give feedback to the student. Below the quiz info, we see the questions, and for each question, the word correct, or what the correct answer is. We go now to grade modules. Click the grade module, then click the Go to Class Grades to check if the score of the student is reflected in the grading sheet. You can see that our sample student reflected our score of 5 in her grading sheet. We now go to the offline version. Once students log in, they will just click the download activities to download all the activities that are not completed. Once downloaded, it will show the list of activities, whether lesson, quizzes, exams, for all the subjects. Click the lesson 2, which we view in online version, to confirm that what is in the online view are the same to the offline version view. We see here the video, the audio, and the PDF file to download. For the external links, like YouTube or video conferencing, it will not available for offline view. Next sample is the quiz of true or false. This is the view of the true or false quiz to the offline version. We will answer each question, then click the submit. Once the submit is clicked, it will auto-download the answer file that we will use to upload answer from offline. After we completed the answering of all activities downloaded, the student will log in again to upload the answer from offline. Click the Upload Answer from Offline, Select all the answer file to upload the answer from offline. After successfully uploaded, the answer of the student will able to check what score they got. For this sample of quiz, we got 2 score out of 5. Then at the bottom, we can see the answer we uploaded for each questions. We go now to the teacher view where they can check the student submission. Click the My Study Mate. Then click again the Go to Submission. Our sample student is Bea Mercado, who submitted the answer from offline. We can see in this page that her score or grade is 2. Teacher will click the Open to view the details of the quiz. Once open, it showed the grade of score 2 out of 5. We see also that the submitted date and time are the same with the check date and time. We see below the quiz info, we see the questions, and for each questions, the word correct or what the correct answer is. We go now to grade module to check the score that reflected in grading sheet for our sample student. Click the eye track, then click the grades, click the Go to Class Grades. Then we see that the score of 2 for sample student Bea Mercado show in our grading sheet. Sign on as a registrar. Upon sign on, there are 2 modules available, the maintenance and the enrollment. Maintenance are the information of the school where you can maintain, like the period, course, or the grade, sections, subject, teacher information, the student information, and the creation of the class. For the enrollment, click Enrollment module. On click of enrollment, it will show all the grades and sections available in the school. You can search which grades and section to enroll. Example, grade 3 Evergreen. To enroll to the grade 3 Evergreen, click the Enroll Students. On click of Enroll Student, it will show the list of students. The information is the ID number of the students or the LRN, the last name, the first name, the middle name, and the gender of the students. For this sample, there are no available list of students. It means there's no students enrolled yet for the grade 3 section Evergreen. To start the enrollment to the section grade 3 section Evergreen, click Assign Students. Upon click of assign student, it will show all the grade 2 different sections. So you can search section name to show all the students for that section. Example, grade 2 ilang-ilang section. There are 48 students in the list. If you want to enroll all students of grade 2 ilang-ilang to grade 3 evergreen section, you just click the tick icon beside the action, then click the assign students button to select all the students to enroll in the grade 3 evergreen section. Once you click the assign student, it will show the list of the students of grade 2 ilang-ilang to the grade 3 section evergreen. It means you enrolled all the students of grade 2 ilang-ilang to grade 3 section evergreen. To confirm or to check some of the students, you can search ID number, specific ID number, or a specific last name. Then it will show the results. If there is the case that there are some students that if their students already enrolled in the grade 3 section evergreen, then he or she decided to change section, we can select or search specific LRN number or the ID number of the student, then tick the icon, then click the remove student. There is a message, the student has been removed in the grade 3 section evergreen. So it means that student is not enrolled in the grade 3 section evergreen. To confirm if that student is not enrolled, you can search his or her LRN or ID number. For example, the student is not available. So it means that student is already removed or not enrolled in the grade 3 section evergreen. And if there is a case also that there is a new student or a new transfer student would like to enroll in a grade 3 section evergreen, you just click create student, then input the LRN number, the first name, the middle name, and the last name. Then the gender. Click submit. Then the student has been created or enrolled in the grade 3 section evergreen. To confirm, you can search the LRN number or the last name of the student. You can see now that the student we created is already enrolled in grade 3 section evergreen. Upon login of a school admin, it shows the maintenance module where they can maintain school information. In the left side are the available modules. To upload or get the school template, click Upload New School. On click of Upload New School, there is a selection of type of school, if private or public school. Let us choose public school. To get the empty template for public school, click the Download Template. It will then download the empty template. Then you can open the empty template to fill in each sheet of the template. In the empty template, we have the following sheets. First, the school. Next, the branch information of the school. Next, grade or the grade available in the school. Next is the subjects, all the subjects per grade. Next is the section, all the section per grade in the school. Next, the faculty or the teacher information. Next is the schedule or the class schedule for each faculty. And the last is the student information. I have prepared filled up public school template. I will explain each sheet of the template and how to fill in the information. First sheet is the school. In the school sheet, the first column is the school code. In the school code column, enter the school code information. For this sample, I have school code 999-002_005. Next column is the school name. Enter the school name of the school. For this sample, I have school name Go Live Odelco Elementary School. Next sheet is the branch. First column is the school code. We will just copy the school code that we enter in the school sheet. Next column is the branch code. If the school are no branch, we will just copy the school code to the branch code. Next, the branch name. In this sample, I just copy also the school name and enter to same in the branch name. Next sheet is the grade. First column is the school code. I just copy the school code from the school sheet. Next column is the branch code. I just copy the branch code from the branch sheet. Next column is the grade code. I just assign the grade code each. For this sample, K, and the grade name for K is Kinder. Next grade code is G1. The grade name of G1 is grade 1. Next is G2. The grade name of G2 is grade 2. And so on and so forth. Next sheet is the subject. First column in the subject sheet is the school code. Same as the previous explanation, I just copy the school code from school sheet. Next column is the branch code. Same as the previous, I just copy the branch code from branch sheet. Next column is the subject code. I just enter and assign each subject name and create a subject code. For this sample, for the subject name of language arts, I just assign LA. For the math subject, I enter math. For the science, I enter SCI. Next, subject social studies, I just assign SS. Next column is the subject name. You need to list down all the subjects per each grade code. The next column is the grade code. For this sample, I have grade code Kinder, and for the grade code, I just copy from grade sheet, column grade code. We need to make sure that we follow what is in the grade sheet that we define as a grade code and enter in the subject column grade code. For this sample, I have 8 subject enter for the Kinder grade. I have the language arts, math, science, social studies, character building, art, music, and practical life. The next grade is G1 or the grade 1. I assign also 8 subject for grade 1. The edukasyon sa pagpapakatao 1, mathematics 1, MAPI 1, araling panlipunan 1, mother tongue based 1, Filipino 1, English 1, and science 1. And the other sample I have for the grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6. I assign all the subjects of the grade that I enter in the grade sheet. We need to make sure that all the subjects that we offer for each grade, we enter in the subject sheet. Next sheet is the section. First column is school code. I just copy the school code from school sheet. Next column is the branch code. I just copy the branch code from the branch sheet. Next column is the grade code. I just copy the grade code from grade sheet, grade code column. Next column is the section code. I just assign the section code per section name. And the last column is the section name. I will enter the section name of each section code. For this sample, I have 2 sections assigned. are defined for kinder grade code. I have kinder A1 section code and kinder A2 section code, kinder A1 section code, and the section name is kinder A1. Kinder A2 section code and the section name is kinder A2. And the next grade, we need to make sure that all the section per grade code will define in the section sheet. If you have 5 section for a grade 6, you need to enter all the 5 section for the grade 6 grade code. Next is the faculty sheet. First column is the school code. I just copy the school code from school sheet. Next one, the branch code. I just copy the branch code from branch sheet. Next column is the faculty number or the teacher ID number. Next column is the F name or the first name of the teacher or the faculty. Next column is the M name or the middle name of the teacher or the faculty. Next column is L name or the last name of the teacher or the faculty. For this sample, I enter the faculty number as the 999-002_005-D0001. First name is Karina, middle name is Nagtalon, last name is Bagorio. We can use the ID number that the school provided for each faculty or teacher as our faculty number. Next is the schedule sheet. Schedule sheet or the class schedule of each teacher per grade and per section. First column is the school code. I just copy the school code from school sheet. Next is the branch code. I just copy the branch code from branch sheet. Next column is the subject code. I just copy the subject code from the subject sheet, column subject code. Next column is the class code. I just define or enter each class code per subject code. Next column is the FACNO or the faculty number. I just copy the faculty number from the faculty sheet in faculty or FACNO column. Next column is the section. I just copy the section from the section sheet, column section code. Next column is the grade code. I just copy the grade code from the grade sheet, column grade code. For this sample, for the kinder grade code and section kinder A1 and the faculty number assigned is 999-002-005-D001 and 8 subjects and enter different class code per subject code. For this one set of class schedule, it means that the faculty or the teacher of the 999-002-005-D0001 is assigned for the 8 subjects for the grade code Kinder and section Kinder A1. We need to make sure that all subjects or all the class schedule of each faculty per subject and per grade code per section should define in the schedule sheet. The other sample is the Kinder A2 section for Kinder grade and different teacher and 8 subjects. Next sheet is the student info or the student information. The first column is the school code. I just copy the school code from school sheet. Next column is the country code or the branch code. I just copy the country code from the branch sheet. Next column is the LRN or the ID number of the student. We all know that each student has its own LRN number. Next column is the grade code. I just copy the grade code from the grade sheet. Next column is the section code. I just copy the section code from the section sheet. Next column is the F name. I enter the first name of each student. Next column is the M name or the middle name of each of the students. Next column is the L name or the last name of each student. Next column is the gender. I define each student if the gender is male equals to M or F for female. We need to make sure that all the students that enrolled per grade and per section we enter in the student info sheet. That's all for the school public template. Thank you. If you have questions, please email to adminteam@hotschool.com. Contact us for a demo or training.